prosperity is a vision that aligns with the principles of justice and the right to self-determination. Our call to a two-state solution is not simply rhetoric. It is a pragmatic approach that requires the commitment of all parties involved. The international communities, including the United Nations, must play a pivotal role in facilitating and supporting negotiation between Israel and Palestine. The resolution of meaningful dialogue should be based on the relevant UN resolution, the principles of the Oslo Accords, and the Arab Peace Initiative. In addition to the political solution, we must address the humanitarian aspect of the conflict, the plight of refugees, the need for economic development, and the resolution of basic human rights for all individuals in the region are fundamental components of comprehensive resolution. Humanitarian assets and development initiatives should be promoted to alleviate the suffering of those affected in the conflict. It is also crucial that we address the root cause of the conflict, including issues related to borders, security, refugees, and the state of Jerusalem. Open and honest discussions, facilitated by the international community, are necessary to build the mutual trust and understanding between the parties involved. Ladies and gentlemen, the road to peace is fraudulent with challenges, but it is a journey we must undertake for the sake of the generations to come. Albania stands ready to actively contribute to the efforts aimed at resolving the Israel-Palestine conflict. Let us, as representatives of our respective nations, recommit ourselves to the principles of justice, dialogue and cooperation, working tirelessly until the day when Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of Albania, for your statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Federative Republic of Brazil.
1 second, just please. The audience can also applaud after a delegate has made their prepared statement. Just letting you know. Thank you. Over to you, Delegate of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, all. We, as Delegate of Brazil, would like to congratulate the Delegate of China on their appointment as the President of the United Nations Security Council. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Brazil thanks Israel's support for the repatriation of the 30 Brazilian citizens and their families from Gaza. It is regrettably noted that the humanitarian pause is long overdue by more than 5 weeks. Sadly, the lack of an actual negotiation is long overdue by more than 5 weeks. Sadly, the lack of an actual negotiating capacity prevented the timely response of the Council. Brazil would like to clarify its stand by stating that humanitarian pauses will not equal the declaration of an absolute ceasefire. As Brazilian President Luiz Inácio da Silva has previously stated, this is not war, this is genocide. Brazil is respectfully unable to understand how one can still wage war after knowing that the result will be the number of innocent lives it takes. Whilst regretting the loss of lives, Brazil deeply condemns the attacks against civilians, especially children. Mr. President, Brazil would like to reiterate that we strongly reject any forms of anti-Semitism. Brazil takes the side of humanitarian rights and will spare no effort to make sure the war comes to an end with no further lives lost. Brazil will continue to stress that the parties must refrain from violence against civilians and fulfill their obligations under international humanitarian law. Brazil calls for maximum restraint to avoid an escalation with unpredictable consequences to international peace and security. Brazil could also push the Security Council to demand vital humanitarian assistance to those in need and call on Israel to allow in food, water, fuel, and electricity and lift the closure of Gaza. Brazil should ask donor countries not to halt aid to Palestinians. Opposing Hamas's assault does not require severing vital lifelines for Palestinian civilians. Mr. President, the Brazilian government reiterates its commitment to the two-state solution, through which an economically viable Palestinian state may live peacefully and safely alongside Israel within borders that have been mutually agreed upon and are internationally recognized. In this regard, the Brazilian government hopes that the multilateral bodies be more efficient in preventing and resolving such wars. Brazil respectfully believes that the Council has yet to exercise its absolute best. To conclude, Brazil believes that the two-state solution is to become a reality and that all nations should cease attacks on civilians, at least on grounds of humanity. We would also like to remind the Council that it falls short of bold and extremely necessary steps, even though we have hope that the humanitarian pause will at least mitigate the dreadful situation we have before us. Thank you, Mr. President and distinguished delegates, for your kind attention.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Federative Republic of Brazil. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Republic of Ecuador.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates and ladies and gentlemen of the UN Assembly. Today, as a delegate of Ecuador, I address the complex situation in the Middle East. The region, historically rich and diverse, has unfortunately been plagued by conflicts, political tensions, and humanitarian crisis for decades. Ecuador, which is named for the equator, stands firm in advocating for peace, stability, and the protection of human rights in Middle East. We believe that dialogue, diplomacy, and respect for sovereignty are essential pillars for resolving conflicts in this region. The Israel-Palestine issue is rooted in a long and complex history marked by the conflicting claims to the same territory and quest for self-determination by both Israelis and Palestinians. The ongoing conflicts in Syria, Yemen, and the Palestine have resulted in unimaginable suffering for millions of people. Ecuador joins the international community in urging for immediate ceasefires and sustainable solutions to bring an end to these conflicts. We firmly support efforts by the United Nations and other peace-building organizations to facilitate dialogue and negotiations among conflicting parties. The origins of this conflict can be traced back to the late 19th and early 20th centuries when Jewish immigration to Palestine, then part of the Ottoman Empire, increased significantly due to the rise of Zionism, a movement advocating for the establishment of a Jewish homeland. With the collapse of the Ottoman Empire after World War I, the British took control of Palestine under a League of Nations mandate. Following World War II and the atrocities of the Holocaust, international support for the establishment of a Jewish state grew. In 1947, the United Nations proposed a partition plan to create separate Jewish and Arab states in Palestine, which was accepted by Jewish leaders and rejected by Arab leaders, leading to widespread conflict. The issue of displaced persons and refugees in the Middle East is a matter of global concern. Ecuador acknowledges the plight of those who have been forced to leave their home due to conflicts and instability. We emphasize the need for increased support and assistance to these vulnerable populations, ensuring their safety, access to basic needs, and opportunities for dignified life. Furthermore, the nuclear proliferation and regional tensions in the Middle East demand urgent attention. Ecuador supports efforts aimed at preventing the proliferation of nuclear weapons and promoting aims control agreements to enhance regional stability. Ecuador encourages all parties involved to engage in constructive dialogue and peaceful negotiations to resolve disputes and work towards building a more secure and prosperous Middle East. We believe that sustainable peace can only be achieved through inclusive and comprehensive approaches that address the root causes of conflicts while respecting the sovereignty and self-determination of nations in the region. Ecuador remains committed to supporting efforts that promote peace, stability, and development in the Middle East. We call upon the international community to work collectively to bring an end to the conflict, alleviate the suffering of the people, and pave the way for a brighter and more powerful future for the region. As a delegate of Ecuador, I am speaking not as an Indian, not as a member of democracy, but as a human being whose continued existence is in doubt because of war. War is a dirty mess. It destroys everything which human beings built up through centuries. We need to prevent war at any cost and any chance of terrorism. It is said that after a third world war, men will fight with bows and arrows. It means the extermination of obliterations of the entire world. It is our responsibility to mitigate or alleviate the intensity of the conflict which are being terrorist group. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Republic of Ecuador. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Republic of France.
Mr. President and distinguished delegates, I wish to thank the High Representative for his briefing. The terrorist attacks carried out by Hamas and other terrorist groups against Israel need to be anonymously condemned, and all hostages need to be released immediately without preconditions. All lives are valuable. There can be no double standards. Israel has the right to defend itself and the duty to so so in a manner that respects international humanitarian law while preserving the lives of the civilians. Mr. President, we are particularly concerned about the living conditions of Palestinians, which is naturally linked to the resolution of the conflict. Palestinian civilians lose their lives every day, including young innocent children. They are exposed to the worst possible sanitary conditions and heightened risk of epidemic. France thanks the WHO for its initiatives on the ground. France continues to call for immediate and lasting humanitarian truth, which should result in a ceasefire towards which we must all work to impede. Lasting humanitarian access to the Gaza Strip must be provided as a matter of urgency. All checkpoints have to be opened and the numbers of convoys need to be appropriate within the needs of civilians' infrastructure, and hospital needs to be protected in respect of international humanitarian law. There is a need to ensure the immediate restoration of basic services in addition to guarantee access to water, sanitation and electricity. France is supporting the Palestinian Authority on the path to establishing a future Palestinian state and strong and democratic institutions through intense cooperation in institutional, economic and cultural and academic cooperation. France remains steady to support an initiative complement with international law based on negotiation between Israel and Palestine, as it has the objective of two states while living in peace and security. The violence carried out by settlers against Palestinian population have spread in West Bank and has forced Palestinian communities to flee. This is unacceptable. France calls for Israel authorities to bring an end to this. We call for preventing the destructions of the whole region. France is fully committed to avoiding a spread of conflicts. We are all aware of the conditions necessary for this lasting peace. These are the indispensable guarantees for Israel for security and those of a state for Palestinians. There is a need to restore the political horizon too. The only viable solution is a two-state solution, and this is imperative must be prospect and needs to become a reality. France will persevere with its constructive engagement at the Council to ensure the resolution is adopted at the soonest. We owe this to the Israelis and Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Republic of France. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Gabonese Republic.
1 second. It's actually not the Republic of France, it's the French Republic. Some slight correction. Thank you.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, the delegate of the Gabonese Republic would like to congratulate the People's Republic of China delegate on his appointment as the President of the United Nations Security Council. The Gabonese Republic firmly stands against all international humanitarian law violations and is deeply concerned about the ongoing Israel-Palestine conflict. Also, Gabon deplores those policies and practices of Israel that violate the human rights of the Palestinian people and other Arabs of the occupied territories, as reflected in the report of the Special Committee. The Middle East, a region rich in history and culture, has been plagued by conflicts and instability for far too long. The people of the Middle East deserve peace, stability and prosperity just like any other region in the world. Gabon, though geographically distant, is deeply concerned about the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East. We believe that peace in the Middle East is not only crucial for the region itself, but also for global peace and security. The recent attack by Hamas on Israel has significantly altered the dynamics of the Middle East. The attack has left the US strategy of de-escalation in the region in shambles, put Arab governments and Iran in a difficult position, and opened the door for involvement of other problematic outsiders. It would be a great folly to consider that this conflict started on October 7, 2023. This was something that was boiling in a hot cauldron for the last 70 years. There have been 15 resolutions on Israel regarding its conflicts and settlements in Gaza, and the majority of countries, including the Gabonese Republic, have voted in favor of it. Yet, we are not able to reach solution. What could those solutions be? There are strategies we need to follow to address the delicate issues of the Middle East, including to promote dialogue, encourage open and honest dialogue between conflicting parties, which can help in understanding each other's perspectives and finding common ground. International cooperation. The international community, including the United Nations and other international bodies, should play an active role in mediating peace talks and enforcing international laws, and address the root causes of this conflict, which are historical social injustice, political instability, and the resulting economic disparity. Support a civil society, economic development, education, promoting education particularly in areas of conflict, tolerance, mutual respect. You can also stress the importance of respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries in the Middle East. External interference often exacerbates conflicts and hinders the peace process. Gabon reaffirms its commitment to global peace and security. We stand in solidarity with the people of the Middle East and will continue to support all efforts towards achieving lasting peace in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Gabonese Republic, for your statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Republic of Ghana.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates. The present Middle Eastern conflict is a humanitarian crisis happening in the Middle East. This conflict between Israel and Palestine started in the middle of the 20th century with the implementation of the partition plan, that is Resolution 181, which divided the British Mandate of Palestine into Arab and Jewish states. This led to the first Arab-Israeli war, in which Israel won and gained control of most of the region. The current situation sparked with Hamas's attacks on Israel, causing the deaths of an estimated 1,200 lives. Although we do realize that Hamas has made a terror attack, we have found a number of reasons for the attack. This could be a reaction to changing regional dynamics and growing Israeli aggression. Could also be a reaction to government policies of the Israeli government, which enable settler violence. Or this could be due to the normalization of Arab-Israeli relations, which led to less significance of the Palestinian movement. Now, what we are trying to do here is not justify Hamas's actions, but for us to learn about the root problems beyond this ever-repeating conflict. Because the United Nations is unable to create a resolution to end this repeating conflict. Mr. President, this conflict cannot be allowed to escalate any further, as it not just affects the world economy, but also the safety of civilians outside the conflicting states. As fear among Muslims and Jews around the world have risen, leading to an unprecedented rise in hate speech. We, as the United Nations, have to work for the United Nations Charter statement to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. If we cannot save the future generations from war and suffering, I ask all of you present here in the Council on what is the purpose of the Security Council. We also bring to light the statements made by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, and Chief Military Spokesperson Daniel Hagari on turning Gaza into a city of rubble. Israel's claim of right of self-defense from their retaliation of the attack, causing the death of an estimated 12,000 lives, cannot be used, as the Gaza city is a region which Israel occupies, and hence it loses the claim of right of self-defense. Israel's attack on civilians are totally uncalled for, as Hamas is a non-state organization, and we consider Israel and Hamas's action as war crimes. We also consider Israel's attacks on health facilities under the guise of hospitals being Hamas command centers. Health facilities have protected status under humanitarian law, and these attacks are war crimes in the eyes of numerous peoples and organizations. We also condemn the United States and other countries for supporting the Israeli case. We hope that these states will re-evaluate their stance and stand for the innocent lives of the Palestinian people. And we, together, the Council, should condemn the actions of Israel and Hamas. We, the Republic of Ghana, realizes that the parties involved do not want a ceasefire, but we appeal to their human conscience and hope that both the parties will come together to an agreement and make sure that no more civilian lives will be lost. I hope that the United Nations will recover to its former power in bringing peace to the world. With this, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Republic of Ghana. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the delegation from Japan.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates. First of all, we would like to congratulate the delegate of China for getting appointed as the President of the United Nations Security Council. We have a long and complex history of involvement in the Middle East, primarily due to its reliance on the region for its oil imports. We have also been a major donor of economic aid to the region and have played an active role in peace-building efforts. In recent years, we have been increasingly focused on the security of the Middle East, particularly in the light of the rise of the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, the Syrian civil war, the Yemen civil war, and other terrorist groups. Japan has also been concerned about the Iranian nuclear program and has supported international efforts to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons. The Israel-Palestine conflict has been ongoing for over 70 years and is one of the most intractable conflicts in the world. The two sides have been unable to agree on a two-state solution, and the conflict has led to violence and instability in the region. The only viable solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict is a two-state solution. It would involve the creation of two independent states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security. The Middle East has been a breeding ground for extremists such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Hamas, who have carried out terrorist attacks in the region and around the world. There is a great deal of economic inequality in the Middle East. A small number of people control a large share of the region's wealth, while many others live in poverty. This inequality is a source of social unrest and instability. Countering extremism will require multiple approaches that include addressing the root cause of extremism, such as poverty, unemployment, and lack of education. It will also require cooperation between countries in the region and around the world. Reducing economic inequality will require a number of policies such as progressive taxation, investment in education and healthcare, and job creation. It will also require a commitment to good governance and transparency. Our overall stance on the Middle East is one of promoting peace and stability in the region. We support a two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict and has called for an end to the violence in the region. We also support the Iranian nuclear deal and has called for Iran to comply with its obligations. In 2023, we provided $10 million in emergency humanitarian aid to Gaza residents following the Israel-Palestine conflict. In 2023, we hosted the first Japan GCC Foreign Ministers meeting in Tokyo, which brought together the foreign ministers of Japan and 6 member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council to discuss regional issues. In 2022, we participated in the naval exercise in the Middle East, which were designed to promote maritime security and stability in the region. Our involvement in the Middle East is likely to continue to be significant in the years to come. This region is a major source of energy for Japan, and it is also a strategically important region. We are likely to continue to play a role in promoting peace and stability in the region, as well as to address other challenges such as terrorism and nuclear proliferation.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the delegation from Japan, for your statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malta.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates and distinguished guests, I stand before you today as a representative of Republic of Malta. Firstly, Malta would like to congratulate the delegate of People's Republic of China for being selected as the President of the Security Council. Malta is honored to address the esteemed Assembly of Nations at the United Nations Security Council. Our gathering here holds immense significance as we deliberate on the matter that the Palestine-Israel conflict that has been existed for so far. Malta, a nation committed to the principles of peace, justice, and international cooperation, believes that the situation in the Middle East demands our urgent attention and collective efforts. The protracted Israel-Palestine conflict has caused immeasurable human suffering, and it is our responsibility as a member of international community to work towards a lasting solution. The Republic of Malta advocates for a comprehensive and inclusive approach to address the root cause of the conflict. It is imperative that we recognize the legitimate right and aspirations of both Israel and Philistine people. The path to the sustainable peace must be built on the foundation of respect for human rights, international law, and the principles enshrined by the United Nations Charter. We call all the parties involved to prioritize dialogues, diplomacy, and the resumption of meaningful negotiation. A two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security remains the most viable and just solution to the long-standing conflict. The international community must support and facilitate these negotiations, ensuring that both the parties feel heard and represented throughout the process. Malta condemns all acts of violence, terrorism, and human rights abuse, regardless of their source. We urge all the parties to exercise restraint, protect civilians, and comply with the international humanitarian law. The safety and well-being of innocent civilians, including women and children, must be the foremost consideration. Additionally, we emphasize the importance of addressing the humanitarian crisis in the region. The people of Palestine deserve the access to basic necessities, healthcare, education, and opportunity to live in dignity. Medical facilities, personnel, and ambulance are protected by the international humanitarian law and must not be targeted. Humanitarian assistance must be provided in accordance with the principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. Malta urges Hamas and the Palestine Islamic Jihad to safely release all the hostages unconditionally and immediately. In conclusion, the Republic of Malta remains committed to the work collaboratively and international community to advance the cause of peace in the Middle East. The resolution of the Israel-Palestine conflict requires our unwavering dedication, persistence, and collective commitment to justice and human rights. Let us stand united and pursue of a future where the people of Israel and Palestine can coexist in peace, security, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative Malta, for your statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Mozambique.
Thank you, Mr. President. The delegate of Mozambique would like to congratulate the delegate of People's Republic of China for the appointment as the United Nations Security Council. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, the conflict has its roots in the historical desire to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine, leading to tensions between Jewish immigrants and the Arab population in the region. After World War I, the mandate for Palestine included an obligation to create a national home for the Jewish people. This led to open sectarian home for the Jewish people. This led to open sectarian conflict between Jews and Arabs. The present status quo in the Israel-Palestinian conflict dates back to the Israel occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza in the 1967 Six-Day War. Thereby, an independent Palestinian state had been introduced. However, unresolved issues such as the status of Jerusalem, Israeli settlements, borders, security, water rights, Palestinian freedom of movement, and the right of return continue to hinder progress. Due to all these reasons and a variety of other reasons, including religion, on 7th October 2023, a war was started. The Hamas launched an unprecedented, multifaceted, and sustained assault on Israel from the Gaza Strip. The fallout of Hamas war on the global economy may take time to become clear, but would become more severe if the conflict spreads to the rest of Middle East, especially Iran, which is a major oil producer and supporter of Hamas. The crude oil prices rises as a result of war. The trade and business activities will become vulnerable to the fall. The investments will be withdrawn and the prices of gold increases. Socially, the war leads to a feeling of communalism among countries. According to us, The religion became the soul of the nations as they are at most important for them. The main devastating effect on war is its impact on children. There are plenty of news arriving from Palestine about the death rate of children. The infant mortality rate is in its peak. The images of children under destroyed building particles are heartbreaking. Israel, in our opinion, had to stop attacks for the protection of infants. Similarly, the women were bearing serious problems, including the maintenance of their children and their health. The attacks on hospitals should be forbidden and it cannot be continued because those who are in rest should not be attacked according to war laws. The crying faces of Palestinians who had lost everything remain in our mind for a plenty of years. The specter of potential war, crimes in the ongoing hostilities between Israeli forces and Palestinian armed groups are violations of international humanitarian law. The attacks on hospitals are a violation of international laws. The capturing of people from one country is also a violation. The Palestinians should be protected from further attacks respecting the sovereignty of Israel. The act of terrorism should be removed if it is in any base. For example, territory, spirituality or communalism. The attacks using large-scale missiles causing severe damage should be avoided. The urgent measures to be taken are to help the children from war, provide to basic supplies for refugees, ensuring light and communication facilities, etc. Recognizing Palestine as a country with their own sovereignty should be the first process. Treaty to make peace will play an important role. The Mozambique is ready to make peace by standing in between. The most important claim for our nation is to make peace and prosper Middle East as an important oil producer. We ask both the countries to give due respect and the whereof foremost. The Security Council must take enforcement measures to maintain or restore international peace and security. The Council must establish UN peacekeeping operations and special political missions. The fundamentals still to be addressed. The resolution must be an important step towards mitigating the suffering of civilians in Gaza. Israel and Palestine can only resolve the differences through peace and dialogue. It is our strong conviction that the brotherly peoples of Israel and Palestine deserve and can live side by side in security and peaceful coexistence in strict respect for the decision and the resolution of the Security Council. I thought that all the Council delegates understood the importance of passing a resolution. Thank you, the President and distinguished delegates.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Republic of Mozambique, for your statement. Now, I give the floor to a distinguished delegate of Russian Federation.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates of the Security Council. I would like to congratulate the delegate of China for holding the position of President of Security Council. First of all, for the last 1 month, we see Palestine and Israel's condition getting worsened day by day. Missiles flying, no diplomatic talks. Both the sides are only focused on how to do more damage to its opponent. After the attack of Israel on October 7th, Russia and our beloved leader, Mr. Vladimir Putin, were among the first leaders and countries who asked Israel and Hamas to have an immediate ceasefire. To everyone's attention, Israel's war is with Hamas. It should be with Hamas, not with the innocent people of Palestine. Now, in a court of law or in any judiciary system, how would a lawyer prove a point? By showing proof, testimonies, pictures and other evidences. Mr. President, esteemed delegates, in this council, I would like to read out some testimonials given by high-ranking Israeli officials, former US congressmen and high-ranking US officials admitting to the fact that Hamas was Israel's creation. But before this, let me give a brief history. Hamas was founded on 1987. It was founded by Sheikh Ahmad Yassin, a half-blind Palestinian cleric. After Israel took over Gaza Strip, they didn't turn a blind eye towards these Islamists. They encouraged them. At the same, PLO's core heart was Fateh Party of Yasser Arafat. Israel at the time thought if they supported Yassin, they could divide Palestine. secular nationalist versus religious Islamist. Slowly, Israel started to fund them. Most of the diplomats of US or the official of USA are unaware of this fact, but former Congressman Ron Paul acknowledged and quoted Israel, Hamas was encouraged and really started by Israel because they want Hamas to counter Yasser Arafat. Yasser Arafat himself told an Italian newspaper that Hamas is a creature of Israel. He even said that former Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin admitted and called it a fatal error. Now, if you don't believe Mr. Ron and Mr. Arafat, let us hear it from the Brigadier General Yitzhak Segev. He helped the Islamic movement to counterweight PLO and communist. Israeli government gave me a budget and it was given to the communists. That's what he said. Mr. Colonel David Hackman, who worked in Gaza in 1980s as Arab affair expert in Israeli army, had admitted to the original sin was Israel's support of Yasin in 90s. Nobody thought about the possible result. He quoted Avner Cohen, a Israel official who was responsible for the religious affairs in Gaza for 20 plus years, said Hamas, a great regret, is Israel's creation. He wrote an official letter to his superior to not to play divide and rule in the occupied territory and called Israel to, and he quoted, break up this monster before this reality jumps on our faces. David Long, a former Middle East expert, US State Department, told the journalist Robert Dreyfus, I thought we were playing with fire. I didn't realize they ended up creating a monster. This is a lesson which Israeli and American never learned. They create and fund such organizations to achieve what they want, and when the use is over, they condemn such organizations. And that is when these organizations hit them back. Now, while I was traveling to this conference, I saw a video of a small boy. Let it be Israeli or Palestine. It was a Palestine boy. He was being carried by a man because his leg was broken, bones protruding out of his skin. Now this child would be operated without giving anesthesia, as there is an extreme shortage of medicines. Israeli, American, the whole world can't do a normal colonoscopy procedure without anesthesia. Imagine what pain that kid is going through. Again, Israel's war is with Hamas. What is the use of carpet bombing? The use of white phosphorus, which is a chemical weapon. White phosphorus burns the skin, creates hole which goes deep into one's bones. There have been multiple reports where Israeli officials and government sexually assault women. As UN doesn't recognize the word rape, let's go with sexual assault. They were sexually assaulted during interrogation and forcefully making them to admit to the crime that they didn't commit. Self-defense can be used as a justification or defense in situation where a person or a nation's sovereignty is reasonably believed to be facing an immediate threat of harm, and use of reasonable force to protect themselves. This is not reasonable force, this is ethnic cleansing. The weapons used by Hamas is M16, M2 machine guns, M4 carbine, also used by NATO, M240. Can I conclude? These are provided by American governments. Around 12,000 lives gone, and they are still carpet bombing. But this is what Israel wants. On October 7, they sent UNSC a letter stating that Palestine and Hamas is bombing Israel. There is a fatal mistake on Mossad's part and the other intelligence bureau of Israel because they
Delegate of Russia, please conclude.
Can I continue? Yeah, okay. The Russian delegate believes that this was a blatant mistake from the part of Mossad's intelligence bureau. Around 5,000 rockets launched, and it was a note it should have been a noticeable movement across the border. Mossad failed to detect it. Russia believes that Israel sacrificed the life of 1,200 civilians.
Kindly wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah. Israeli civilians to invade Palestine, settle down, and in the name of self-defense. Now,
Delegate, we can
I am
give you the
concluding.
space to further your dialogue during the informal session, because you have
Yeah, I am just concluding in the part of solution.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you will get a chance to explore that during the informal session. You have already exceeded the time limit by more than a minute that has been given to you.
Okay.
So we need to move on to the next delegate. But
Fine.
we have the informal session. You will get a chance to explore all that you have brought up as a solution in that time period. Thank you. Over to the President.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, for your statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of the Swiss Confederation.
Mr. President and esteemed delegates, the delegate of Swiss Confederation congratulates the delegate of People's Republic of China for appointed as the President of United Nations Security Council. As a delegate of Swiss Confederation, we confronting the profound challenges posed by the situation in the Middle East, Swiss Confederation stands before this council with a clarion call for concerned action and visionary leadership. The root cause of turmoil in the Middle East is multifaceted, stemming from historical conflict, geopolitical rivalries, and socio-economic disparities. His confederation emphasized the imperative to address these deep-seated issues comparatively. A sustainable solution demands an understanding of the unused layers contributing to the current state of affairs. We must confront the root cause with an unwavering commitment to fostering understanding, dialogue, and conciliation. The challenges confronting the region are immense humanitarian crisis, protracted conflict, and a pervasive sense of instability. The impact of civilian population is devastating. This confederation calls upon the international community to recognize the urgency of addressing these challenges collectively. Humanitarian aid must not be hindered, and we must find innovative ways to provide relief to those in need. Additionally, the proliferation of extremism and terrorism underscores the imperative for a united front in countering these threats. The United Nations Security Council bears a weighty responsibility in shaping the trajectory of events in the Middle East. This confederation asserts that the United Nations Security Council must transcend traditional diplomatic confines and take bold, innovative steps. That includes leveraging its authority to convene high-level dialogues, facilitating direct negotiation between the conflicting parties, and fostering a climate conducive to lasting peace. This confederation advocates for the establishment of a United Nations Security Council-led initiative that delves into the interactive dynamics of the Middle East conflicts. This initiative should involve a comprehensive review of existing strategies, enhance with regional stakeholders, and develop a roadmap for sustainable peace. The United Nations Security Council must also play a pivotal role in ensuring the protection and respect of international law, holding accountable those who violate established norms. This confederation implores each member state to rise above political differences and collaborate earnestly in charting a course toward a peaceful and stable Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Swiss Confederation, for your statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of United Arab Emirates.
Sabah Al-Khair, Mr. President, and members of the Security Council. We, the delegate of United Arab Emirates, is deeply concerned about the recent escalation of violence between the Israel and Gaza. We condemn the indiscriminate use of force that has resulted in the tragic loss of life of innocent civilians. The UAE condemned the loss of civilians' lives and called for dialogue and diplomatic efforts to address the root causes of the conflict. Additionally, the UAE provided humanitarian aid to Palestinians affected by the conflict in Gaza, including medical supplies and financial support for the reconstruction efforts. We urge the international community to play a constructive role in facilitating a return to negotiations between the parties. The UAE stands ready to support these efforts in any way that we can. Specifically, we call on the parties to 1. Immediately cease all hostilities and refrain from any further acts of violence. 2. Respect the ceasefire agreement and work to ensure its full implementations. 3. Engage in serious negotiations to resolve the underlying issues of the conflict. 4. Refrain from any actions that could undermine the prospect of peace. We also call on the international community to 1. Provide humanitarian assistance to those affected by the violence. 2. Support the efforts of the United Nations to facilitate a return to negotiations. 3. Hold all parties accountable for their action. While there is no simple or single solution, several steps could contribute to de-escalation and a potential resolution. 1. Ceasefire and de-escalation. Immediate and sustained ceasefire agreement are essential to halt hostilities and prevent further loss of life and reconstruction. 2. Humanitarian aid and reconstruction. Provide extensive humanitarian assistance to civilians affected by the conflict, particularly in Gaza, to address immediate needs such as food, medical supplies, shelter, and infrastructure rebuilding. 3. Two-state solution. Pursue a two-state solution that recognizes the right and security of both Israelis and Palestinians. The UAE believes that the peace is the only way to a better future for all people of the region. We will continue to work tirelessly for the promote of peace and stability in the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the United Arab Emirates, for your statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Greetings to Her Excellency Madam Secretary General, the President, and the distinguished members of the 9,445th United Nations Security Council's meeting. What motivated the extremist organization Hamas to launch missiles on October 7th wasn't just hatred. It was also the fear of a new Middle East being born. They feared a shift towards normalized relations between Israel and its neighbors, which gave hope for a better, more secure, and more prosperous way forward. Your Excellency, the loss of human life is tragic, and I extend my deepest condolences to people affected. I want to emphasize our strong condemnation of the barbaric acts, including arbitrary killing and kidnappings committed by Hamas, an organization unequivocally deemed as a terrorist group. In this situation, Israel has a right to defend their country, their people, and their borders. It is an act of self-defense, but at the same time, we have been clear that Israel must act within the international and humanitarian law. Israel must also take all possible measures to protect innocent civilians, protect the hospitals, and stop extremist violence in the West Bank, and allow more life-sustaining aids into Gaza. We remain clear that all possible measures should be taken to ensure that civilian casualties are minimized and humanitarian law have been facilitated. Dear colleagues, we must unite around the only answer that can come close to creating peace in this troubled land. The only answer that can acknowledge the history and hurt of both people. The only answer that can allow a new future to be born. And that is the two-state solution. Peaceful deliberation of the boundaries between the two states should be conducted and should come up with a comprehensive solution to this crisis. The Council should also be remembered that loss of human life is a tragedy. The United Kingdom is very clear that all actions should take place in par with the international and humanitarian law for the protection and safety of all the innocent civilians. We call upon all those involved in the conflict who may be prompted by the act of Hamas to put down their weapons, and that is the quickest way we can bring peace. We, the United Kingdom, will be working closely for the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Gaza. To mitigate these situations, we prompt the nations involved to adhere to the international obligations, including humanitarian law, especially in safeguarding innocent civilians. Secondly, immediate pleas are to be issued for the swift and unequivocal liberation of all captives in the custody of Hamas and similar fractions, with a special emphasis on minors. And finally, all involved parties to avoid denying the civilian population in Gaza Strip the essential services and crucial humanitarian aid necessary for their survival. Alleviating the suffering of civilians is our foremost priority. Mr. President, with eager anticipation, the proposed solution to the mentioned problems is eagerly awaited for implementation. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of the United States of America.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate, we the United States of America is here to address about the situation in the Middle East, the Israel-Palestine war. This decades-long conflict has made the world a darker place. Is this the beginning of the Third World War? The USA believes that to achieve peace between Israel and Palestine, the two-state solution should be properly implemented, in which Israelis and Palestinians will side by side with peace and security. The USA has been playing a major role in the peace process. We, the USA, has been a facilitator of peace talks between Israel and Palestine for many years. We also provide financial supports and aid to both parties. We believe that Israel has the right to exist as a secure and sovereign state, and we support the Palestinian people's right to self-identity and the creation of a state of their own. The conflict has been a source of immense suffering and instability in the Middle East, and also left a threat of destruction and despair. The USA is prepared to play a constructive role in the facilitating negotiations between Israel and Palestine. We are committed to working with all parties involved to achieve a lasting peace. We call on both parties to re-engage in meaningful negotiations and at achieving a two-state solution. We urge them to refrain from the provocative actions and focus on building trust and creating an environment for peace. We consider Israel's attack on civilians horrendous, but at the same time, we acknowledge their right to defense from the unnecessary and unprecedented attacks. Moreover, this has affected the global economy in a bad way. Prices of oil has gone up after the fears of disruptions of trade has risen. Global stock market did fall due to fears that Israeli retaliation will cause disruptions, and high number of investors have pulled out from the stock market, especially from emerging markets. This also affected the developing countries and hardships of the people not involved in the conflict. With this, we end the speech, and we hope we will get the support we expect from the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the United States of America. Now, I assume the post of the representative of China and speak. Greetings, delegates. The Israeli-Palestinian situation is the most important issue on the agenda for this month's Security Council discussions. We need to stress the urgent ceasefire, prevent further civilian casualties, and avert a large-scale humanitarian disaster and prevent the escalation of the conflict. As the President of the Security Council, China will respond to the international community's call and work with relevant parties to promote responsible and meaningful collective action by the Security Council. We support the prompt convening of a more authoritative, inclusive and effective international conference to promote the Israeli-Palestinian issues return to the track of the two-state solution. Different stances had been held by the US and other members of the UN Security Council on a ceasefire. It is very difficult to see a breakthrough in adopting UN resolutions, as the US will keep using its veto power to defend Israel's right to self-defense, which means Israeli military forces will continue their bombarding and attacks against Gaza. And hence, I would like to revert the question asked by the United States of America to them itself. Is this a possibility of a new world war? Militarization, wars and violence cannot really be a solution for conflicts related to a request of freedom and dignity and security for people involved in the conflict. The major solutions that is possible during this conflict is to call for a ceasefire and also opening the corridors for humanitarian relief. Unfortunately, Israel has not agreed to both. But we should not lose faith. The request for freedom and liberation, The request for living in dignity and security will not die, neither among Palestinians nor among Israelis. Unfortunately, we have not learned the lesson yet that military solutions are not effective and are not long-term arrangements for such demands. International laws and international regulations have already made it very clear that civilians should not be targeted, hospitals should not be targeted, and schools should not be targeted. And all of these have been violated by the Israeli offense on Gaza. The continuation of bombardment of civilians and houses cannot be justified as a military strategy because it will not provide you with any military gain against Hamas fighters, militant groups, or weaponry. China has always been a builder of world peace, a contributor to global development, and a defender of international order. And hence, we would like to play a mediator role in the present conflict. The delegate of French Republic as well as the Republic of Ghana has emphasized about the protection of civilians, and hence I would like to stress the international humanitarian law and also the Geneva Convention which protects the civilians as well as the prisoners of war during these conflict regions. We would also like to urge the Security Council to focus on the root causes, look at the complex problem of the intertwining of the development deficit and the security deficit, and explore ways to solve it from a broader perspective. We would also like to call the International Committee of Red Cross to maintain the rule strictly as mentioned in the Geneva Convention. China will firmly uphold the international system with the UN at its core, the international order underpinned by international law, and the basic norms governing international relations based on the purposes and the principles of the UN Charter. Thank you. I would like to come back to the role of the President. The distinguished representatives of Israel and Palestine has requested to participate in the debate on this subject. Unless there is an objection, I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Israel to take a place at the table. I request the distinguished representatives of Israel to make the statement.
1 second. Can we also have the delegate of Palestine come to the table, please?
Delegate? All right. Do we have the delegate of India also present? All right. Oh, okay. Just be there.
Another question, is there any other delegate who would like to make the delegate of Guyana, the delegate of Guyana. President, please note the delegate of Guyana has also requested to make a statement. Is the delegate of India ready with a prepared statement? We request the President to please take note of the delegate of India, and the delegate of Guyana would also like to have a seat at the table. After Israel and Palestine has made their statements.
Now I request the distinguished representative of Israel to take the statement.
The delegate of Israel would like to congratulate the delegate of the People's Republic of China for your appointment as the President of the United Nations Security Council. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, we have all been here before. Israel has made her stance very clear, and thus this statement will be brief. Israel commends the Council for calling for the immediate and unconditional release of the 239 hostages, yet sadly, this Council falls on deaf ears when it comes to Hamas and other terrorist organizations. On the 7th of October, savage Hamas terrorists launched a barbaric invasion into Israel, murdering, sexually abusing, and brutalizing innocent civilians. Nearly 6 weeks have passed. This council has convened on the matter numerous times and still has not succeeded in condemning Hamas's October 7th massacre. The council makes it seem as if what we are witnessing in Gaza happened on its own accord. Hamas has made it abundantly clear that if given a chance, they will commit such atrocities again and again. Therefore, in order to defend our future, Israel had to take action. Israel's mission, as we have stated clearly before, is to eliminate Hamas's capabilities. Council members, Israel is a law-abiding democracy, strictly operating in accordance with international law. Israel does not need any resolution to remind us to adhere to international law. Hamas will surely pay no heed to the words of this council. Recently, Israel has approved the entry of nearly 1,400 trucks with thousands of tons worth of aid. Meanwhile, Hamas is hoarding food, fuel, and medical supplies for its terror machine, leaving Gazan citizens with nothing. Israel is doing everything possible to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza, while Hamas is doing everything possible to make it worse. Bringing our hostages home is Israel's top priority. Israel will do whatever it takes to accomplish this goal. Israel has no choice but to continue with our mission to obliterate Hamas's capabilities and bring our hostages home. Should Hamas choose to lay down on their arms, turn themselves in, and hand over the hostages unscathed, this war would end immediately. Sadly, this is not Hamas's intention. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Israel, for your statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Palestine.
Volunteers, please give the delegate of Palestine a mic. Please pass the mic. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
I, delegate of Palestine, would like to congratulate People's Republic of China for being elected as the President of United Nations Security Council. Gaza bleeds, death, division, distractions everywhere. No one was spared, not our children, not our women, not our elderly citizens. Nothing was spared. Not our hospitals, not the UN shelters and schools, not our water plants, not our home. All that should have been protected has become the primary target of his murderous campaign. The Security Council should call for a ceasefire as a long time. Now it should have headed the call by the UN and every humanitarian organization on earth calling for a humanitarian ceasefire, including the security of United Secretary General of United Nations. It should have been convinced that there is no military solution, especially one that relies on the commission of attributes, and it should be advanced political. When the Council is finally acting today on humanitarian resolution focused on the children, if we are going to talk about contaminants missing from the resolution, let me remind you of the following. But before I do that, I just want to inform you that the Foreign Ministry of the State of Israel rejected this resolution adopted few minutes ago and said that they will not implement it and they will continue with their course of action as they wish. What are you going to do? You just adopted a resolution, they told you. We are not going to implement it. Let me remind you of the following resolution. Israel did the condemned ticket killing by Israel of 11,000 Palestinians, overwhelming citizens, including 5,000 Palestinian children. Let me remind you, 5,000 Palestinian children did not condemn the indiscriminate attacks by Israel. It did not condemn the assault on hospitals and schools. It did not condemn the killing by Israel. The UN staff, journalists, humanitarian personnel, doctors, rescues. It does not condemn the arbitrary teams. It does not condemn the arbitrary imprisonment of thousands of Palestinian men and women, children. No call for the immediate and unconditional realize that the resolution did not condemn the racist and disgusting Israeli propaganda methods marked around the world and which constitute an insult to our intelligence. They are, however, still caught by some politicians and media at the expense of their own credibility. Let me conclude by saying that the part we all are humans, but humanitarian is not in our life. The path to peace in Palestine is challenging, but it is a path where we must work together. Let us advocate for justice, for the right of people to live in peace and security. May our collective efforts be beacon of hope, guiding us towards a future where the people of Palestine and Israel can coexist in harmony, side by side, in a land that embeds the principles of justice, equality, and shared humanity. Thank you and have a great day ahead of you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Palestine, for your statement. I thank you and request that the distinguished representatives of Israel and Palestine retire to the council chamber. The distinguished representatives of Republic of India and delegate of Guyana has also requested to participate in the debate on this subject. Unless there is an objection, I would like to invite the distinguished delegates of the distinguished delegate of India and Guyana to take a place at the table. I request the distinguished representative of the Republic of India to make their statement.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the delegate of China for getting appointed as the President of the United Nations Security Council. Honorable President and distinguished delegates, India's approach to the situation in the Middle East is marked by a commitment to peace, stability, and diplomatic engagement. As a nation with historical ties to the region and the long-standing policy of non-alignment, India navigates the complexities of the Middle East with a nuanced and principled stance. India's foreign policy in the Middle East is guided by the recognition of the region's strategic importance, both economically and geopolitically. The principles of respect for sovereignty, non-interference, and a commitment to dialogue underscores India's engagements with countries in the Middle East. We believe that lasting solutions to regional challenges can only be achieved through diplomatic means, respecting the diversity and autonomy of nations. One of the key pillars of India's stance is the advocacy for a just and comprehensive resolution to conflicts in the Middle East, whether it be the Israel-Palestine issue, the conflict in Syria, or other regional tensions. India consistently calls for dialogue and negotiations as the primary tools for conflict resolution. We support the right of nations in the region to determine their destinies free from external pressure, emphasizing the importance of addressing root causes to build a foundation for lasting peace. India also recognizes the significance of energy security in the Middle East. Given its role as a major importer of oil and gas, our engagements in the region extend beyond diplomatic relations to economic partnerships, contributing to mutual prosperity. India's emphasis on economic cooperation is in line with our commitment to fostering stable and secure conditions that benefit all nations in the Middle East. Humanitarian concerns are paramount in India's approach to the Middle East. We express deep concern over the impact of conflicts on civilian populations and advocate for the protection of human rights. India actively engages in providing humanitarian assistance and support for refugees in the region, acknowledging the need for international cooperation to address the challenges faced by affected communities. Furthermore, India's approach to the Middle East includes fostering cultural and people-to-people ties. The rich historical and cultural connections between India and the Middle East serve as a foundation for building bridges of understanding. Educational exchanges, cultural events, and collaborative initiatives strengthen the bond between our nations, promoting the harmony and mutual respect. In conclusion, India's stand on the situation in the Middle East is characterized by a commitment to diplomacy, peace, and cooperation. We advocate for dialogue, respect for sovereignty, and comprehensive resolutions to conflicts. Recognizing the region's significance in global affairs, India remains steadfast in its pursuit of a stable and prosperous Middle East, emphasizing the importance of mutual understanding and collaboration among nations. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of India, for your statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guyana.
We, as the delegate of Guyana, would like to congratulate the delegate of China for the appointment as the President of the United Nations Security Council. Honorable President and distinguished delegates, the government of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana is deeply concerned about the escalation and violence between Israel and Palestine, which has resulted in the loss of numerous lives, serious injuries, destruction of properties, the displacement of persons, serious setback to the Middle East peace process. We extend our condolences to the families of the Palestinians and Israelis who have lost their lives. We condemn all acts of violence and attacks on innocent people and medical facilities. We implore all parties to exercise maximum restraints and to cease all actions that are contravention with the international laws, including humanitarian law. There must be a ceasefire to this horrific war. Mr. President, the recent events demand urgency of achieving an end to the Israeli occupation and to have a just, lasting, comprehensive peace settlement. The prolonged occupation of the Palestinian territory, including in and around East Jerusalem, has led to extreme difficulty in economic and social conditions for the Palestinian people. The government of Guyana firmly believes that the various resolutions adopted by the United Nations in relation to the recent issue in Middle East provide an adequate framework for the two sides to strive for an agreement. We therefore call upon the parties to avoid further confrontations and to return to a state of peaceful environment. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Guyana, for your statement. I thank you and request that the distinguished representative of India and Guyana to retire to the council chamber.
All right. Thank you. Since a round of speakers list has been done for all the representatives of the Security Council, what we now plan to do, it's 10:50. We can actually adjourn for a 25-minute break till 11:15, and we will reconvene back at 11:15. Yes.
Hello. Well, first of all, congratulations. I think the level. You wanted to say something? No, your turn is over. But in the informals, you can mention those. So I found the standard of the statements very high and also very accurate. So congratulations. And now next is normally the most interesting part of the Security Council discussions, because it is closed door. Everybody has to go out, only the members are allowed, and 2 members from the Secretariat. Nobody else is allowed. But anyway, we are not following that because we are showing off ourselves. So we will, after the adjournment, after tea, we'll come back. We sit in the same places, but that will be an informal discussion where there will be no records. So you can try out ideas. How about this? How about disbanding the United Nations? Whatever you want, you can say. And then you will have to focus on the resolution. The draft resolution is with every one of you. Yes? Everybody has the text? So you can make your views known, but you must realize that this is a final version of the resolution. Whatever you may say, we will not correct it. Okay? But you can say so, and that will be noted. But finally, we are going to vote on this text. So normally after the informal consultations, the text will change. You understand? But here we cannot change that because we are actually voting on a resolution which has already been adopted. So you can make your comments befitting your country's position and leave it at that. The chairman will make a mental note of it because it is not of any consequence. But we have to go through because that is the most interesting part. You know, someone can say something, you can interrupt him, you can speak on a point of order, you can reject their ideas. All this you can do in this informal session. So feel free and show yourself your knowledge of the situation, how ideally it should be resolved. And then the chairman will say that he has taken into all account all these observations and he is submitting this draft as a result of the consultations. Okay, you understand? It's a drama, it's a theatre. Okay? So the discussion should be open and free. You must perform as best as you can, but the text will not change. Okay? And then the text will be voted on the basis of what happened in New York. You know all those who voted, all those who abstained, etc. And there's a little drama about the Russian resolution, Russian delegation submitting an amendment. But that I don't know whether you have the text. And that was voted and rejected in the actual session. If you have that note showing what the Russian delegation said will be available on that. And that the Russian delegation can repeat it. You know, that we would have liked to have this amendment, but the amendment has been voted out. We don't need to vote on it, but so that can also be brought in. And people can say why you didn't like the Russian amendment, all this. So this is your opportunity to express freely your opinion as a representative of your government. Of course, you should completely follow the instructions of each government. But you can say wild things like, today we must establish 2 states, or, you know, and terrorism you must speak very strongly against. I don't know whether the Indian delegate stressed that much. But our position on this is dictated by the fact that we do not approve any kind of terrorism. We do not justify the Hamas action. Because that is vital for us. As far as India is concerned, terrorism should win anywhere in the world. Because victory of terrorism in one part of the world is a victory of terrorism in India. That is why in the first statement made by the Prime Minister, he only stressed terrorism. He didn't talk about Palestine at all. And in a second statement, he said we are still with Palestine. But the emphasis was very much on terrorism. So all of you who are against terrorism must make that point. It should be put in this resolution, etc. Of course, nobody will put anything in the resolution. But you should feel free, and the chairman can determine how much time each delegation can take, because we cannot go on forever. But a disciplined, orderly discussion, but all holds barred. You can say anything you want because there is no record. Okay? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can adjourn and then summon them back.
The Security Council has concluded its...
One second. So delegate of Kenya would also like to make a...
Why didn't he make the request earlier? Who is this?
Delegate.
Who? What country?
Kenya. Huh?
President,
Kenya.
please ask if any delegate would like to make a statement on the agenda item, and Kenya will respond. Take note of that and call him to the table.
Is there any delegates who wish
We don't have the time. Not too many. Huh?
But let's... can we entertain one?
Just find out other than him, is there anybody else?
Are there any more people
Any more delegates who would like to make a statement on the agenda item, the situation in the Middle East, other than Kenya?
In the formal session.
In the formal session, yes. In the formal session. As we see, there are no other delegates. we'll be closing the list, and over to you, President.
Kenya, you recognize Kenya, then you close the list.
The distinguished representative of Kenya has requested to participate in the debate on this subject. Unless there is an objection, I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Kenya to take the place at a table. I request the distinguished representative of Kenya to make the statement.
Volunteer, please check the mic. Can you?
We, the delegate of Kenya, would like to congratulate the delegate of China for his appointment as the president in the United Nations Security Council. President William Ruto has taken a firm decision to stand with Israel amidst recent attacks by Palestine. Kenya joins the rest of the world in solidarity with the state of Israel and unequivocally condemn terrorism and attacks on innocent civilians in the country. Palestinian militant groups from Gaza Strip launched a large-scale armed offensive against Israel, breaking through the Gaza-Israel barrier and forcing entry into Gaza, border crossings and nearby Israel cities. The attack has left at least 250 people dead. Going further, President Ruto said that Kenya strongly maintains that there exists no justification whatsoever for terrorism, which constitutes a serious threat to international peace and security. He emphasized that all attacks of terrorism and violent extremism are abhorrent, criminal and unjustifiable, regardless of the perpetrator or their motivations. The head of states urged the international community to mobilize to bring the perpetrators, organizers, financiers, sponsors, supporters and enablers of their represent criminal attacks of terrorism to account and speedily bring them to justice. Ruto also highlighted that Kenya is profoundly disturbed that civilians continue to be intentionally targeted in this conflict, as a consequence of which the number of casualties continues to rise. As a result, Kenya calls on all parties to respect the rights of civilians and honor their obligations under international law. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Kenya, for your statement. I thank you and request that the distinguished representative of Kenya to retire to the council chamber. The Security Council has concluded its debate on the question of situation in the Middle East. Now, the Security Council adjourns for informal consultations.
The delegates may now break for tea and
Yeah, just say that we'll return back at 11:20.
We will return back in 11:20.
Thank you. So yeah, delegates, you have your 20 minutes break. Please utilize it to get refreshed up. Sharp at 11:20, we'll begin with the informal consultations. So be back. Thank you.
also, if you have things left unsaid, the Russian Federation had a question. He had a few points in his prepared statement that was left unsaid. How do you propose it during the informal session? Either you can ask for, you can speak right up, or you can, this is one thing that you can do. You can ask other delegates to ask you a question that is pointed, focusing on that particular item that you want to respond to. That is also possible. Make sure you use this informal session to put your points through. Be very passionate. Show your enthusiasm and your knowledge for the event. You have done, as Srinivasan sir has said, you have done wonderfully well in the formal session. Let's make sure we keep the spirit up during the informal session as well. Make use of the tea break to network, interact as delegates of the nations that you've been assigned to. All the very best. See you for the informal session.
decorum. Thank you. Everybody please settle down. Thank you again. With that said,
Do we have all the delegates in their places? I don't see the delegate of America.
Malta.
Delegate of USA. Distinguished delegate of USA, if you are here in the crowd, please report to the table.
all right. Delegate of Malta. Malta.
Delegate of Malta.
Can you move your placard bit towards your right? Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Otherwise, are we good to go? Any questions before we start with the informal consultations? Yes. You can state additions, but they won't be accepted. So if you just want to state it for the reason for replicating it, you can go ahead and do it.
I mean, not an addition.
Huh? Yeah.
Just an addition point, I would like to say.
Oh, you can.
So the US delegate We will start as soon as the delegate of America is here.
Alex.
Yeah.
Now that we have the full quorum in place, let's begin with the informal session. Over to you, Mr. President.
Hello. Yeah. You will have to first say what draft you have. Okay, and make sure that everybody has a copy.
Does everybody have a copy of the draft resolution? Please.
You should base your discussion on the draft. What changes you want in the draft. So whatever you suggest, I'm sure somebody will say no. So we will just rule it out. It will be balanced out. Because finally, this will be the same draft we'll be using. But this is just to give you an opportunity to enact what would have happened in the Security Council. You know, many ideas you may all have. You can voice all of them. Put this, put that, etc. And then somebody will say this is not acceptable. That's why this draft has come about. And Malta can present it, the draft resolution. You don't have to read it. You just say that I present this draft. If you have any co-sponsors, you can get that. If anybody wants to co-sponsor the resolution, you can inform Malta. That is at the end, after the informal discussion. Okay? So you don't need to call paragraph by paragraph. General statements let everybody make. Okay? Why this resolution is not adequate, why it should be changed, all that they can say. And you just ignore it because we are not going to take any changes on board.
We would also like to request the student volunteers to be very present and agile because we'll need a lot of passing around of the mic. And if any of the delegates have any doubts, please raise it to Srinivasan, sir. So can we take a few questions? They have a few questions, I think. Delegates, please pass the mics around. The delegate of UAE has requested for an audience.
Any questions? Please go ahead.
Any questions directed to Srinivasan sir regarding the procedure, regarding... Go ahead, delegate.
Good morning, sir. So, the delegate of UAE, I have a doubt. Do I have any chance to argue about, there are like few delegates who made like statements. Do I have a right to reply?
Yes, but this is free for all. Okay. Only the president will decide who should speak.
Okay.
But everybody is free to express any opinion.
Okay.
On the text, what is an ideal resolution should be, you should say that this resolution should be torn apart and we must have a resolution saying two states have been established. Such wild things you can say.
So it's not like about the draft resolution. I have an argument to do about what they say, because there are like few delegates, what they say and what Israel is doing is totally opposite.
Yes.
So I can argue on that.
And Israel is not here to answer, nor is Palestine here.
So I can just freely
this
argue.
Is entirely only the members of Security Council have the privilege to be in this room at this moment.
Okay.
So you can ignore everybody else.
Sure.
Right? Normally it is a closed room, only 15 chairs will be there. That's how it is done. We call it the torture chamber in the Security Council. Because there's nobody else, no air, no water, nothing. Till you agree, you have to sit inside and do it. That's how. Okay.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. President, go ahead.
Call to order. I thank the distinguished delegate of Malta for drafting the resolution. I now propose to put the resolution to vote. Would any distinguished delegate of the Security Council like to make a statement before the vote?
Listen. You skipped the informal session.
Okay. Okay. The meeting is open for any questions or amendments. Is there any delegate who wish to speak?
This is an informal consultation. So what you ask, what you are generally asked is that, does any delegate have any statements or something to make for the informal consultation? And you take in statements from those people who you recognize.
Take the delegations on the basis of when they raise their, not in the alphabetical order, you see.
Yeah.
Whoever raises the flag, you must decide who should speak.
First come, first
what
serve.
normally presidents do is, when, say, for example, United States speaks, you know immediately that Russia will have something to say. So you keep an eye like that, because otherwise all the statements will be lost. So there is immediate response from other countries, and that you should know. You should be sensitive. When US speaks, who is likely to oppose? Then you give that person the chance. So you have to play a game here of politically how people react to these things. Okay? So no alphabetical order. You go by the flags raised and use your judgment as to there are so many. So you look at them and who you think should speak first, you decide. Yeah, we are already adjourned the formal session. This is informal session. Have you understood that? It's a different rules altogether. So you take in whatever is spoken there and just thank them. You don't have to respond. Others can respond.
Good morning, sir. Right now we are taking questions on the draft resolution, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you have changes to be made or if you have a comment to make, whatever, most frankly you can speak. The rest of the world will not know, okay? Or not supposed to know. See, when we are not members of the Security Council, all of us will wait outside, waiting for you guys to come out and tell us what happened. So you'll be in great demand. As you go outside, there'll be thousands of people waiting there. They'll say, Kya hua? What happened? What happened? So nobody knows. And you will not give any text to anybody. It's all confidential. Okay? What the President says after the informal, in the formal session, is what the world will know. He will say we had a very healthy exchange of views, blah, blah, blah. And now we have this draft resolution, we go to a vote. Simple as that. So this is probably you can allow about half an hour, not more. Okay, President? Just half an hour of informals.
Let's commence informal consultation. Floor is open to the delegates. United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, followed by the United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to propose a crucial amendment to our existing policies with the intention of reinforcing the United Kingdom's stance against extremist groups, specifically focusing on the activities of Hamas. It is imperative that we explicitly state our strong condemnation of these groups and collaborate with the United Nations Security Council to ensure that there is effective mitigation on a global scale. This proposed amendment seeks to articulate the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland's unwavering commitment to countering extremism, promoting international security, and fostering a safer world for all. By addressing the specific threat posed by Hamas and similar extremist entities, we aim to contribute to the global efforts in eradicating terrorism and its associated risks. The delegate of United Kingdom would like to add this as the 8th amendment in our draft resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Just a pointer, it's not just about the, you have to focus on the draft resolution, but you can also, UK has, talked about Hamas in the conversation, and allies of Palestine can take him up on that. You can talk about that as well. Question him, talk about your views on the concept, and so on and so forth. And make sure it's very pithy, it's very short, to the point, and don't take too much time, because you need to give space for everybody. All right? Thank you. Please proceed.
Delegate of Malta, you have the floor.
United Kingdom.
One second. Before you start, try to keep all your statements under a minute. Nothing more than that. Thank you.
Less than a minute. Thank you.
United Kingdom mentioned that why we are not mentioning the act of the Hamas. I want to say that it is crucial to underscore that resolution neither condemns the attack of October 7 nor derives the attack defense force that the Israel is using. Instead, it focuses on the providing essential aid, protecting civilians, and upholding international humanitarian law. The omission of the specific details about the origin of the conflicts aim to create a common ground for all the parties to rally behind the humanitarian objects. The resolution is basically passed so that earlier also the resolution was passed earlier. Earlier resolution was passed, but that was vetoed by the many of the nations because it was condemned. It was condemning the Israel or the Hamas. So in this resolution, we do not want to add anything like that condemns them, but we have to focus on the humanitarian aid purpose. Thank you.
We have the Republic of Ghana.
Okay, so I would like to bring light on the statement made by the United Kingdom on its speech. The United Kingdom stated that Israel has the claim of the right to self-defense, but we oppose this as Israel currently occupies the Gaza Strip and therefore it loses its right of self-defense under international law. We also support all the countries that suggested the two-state solution, but at the same time, we have to realize that the two-state solution has to be implemented in such a way that has not been thought of before. In the history of this event, the two-state solution has never worked, so we might have to think of a different solution to end this event. Thank you.
The delegate of Russian Federation may now have the floor.
The USA delegate. The delegate of Russian Federation has a question to the delegate of USA and the UK. How would you justify the trade that you had made with Israel by giving them weapons like AGM-114 R9X, which is a weapon which shreds its victim rather than a bombardment? It shreds people and causes injury, which is very inhumane. How would you justify this?
The delegate of United Arab Emirates may now have the floor.
Sabah Al-Khair, Mr. President and fellow delegates. So on October 16th, Israel threatened the full Gaza, the northern part of Gaza, saying that you all should move towards the southern part of Gaza. Because Israel's main motive was to deconstruct the full Hamas militant group. They said in the starting that they didn't want to target the civilians of Gaza, Palestine. They only wanted to deconstruct the Hamas militant group, and that was their main aim. In that same week of October 16, Israel started invading the Gaza Strip, which violated few of the laws of the United Nations. Over here, the delegate of UAE believes that Israel has all its, it can defend its own nation after the October 7 attack, but then with defending its own nation, it cannot invade inside the country and start settling down there by killing innocent civilians. As I said, their main aim was only to deconstruct the Hamas militant group. Now, if you check at from the world view, even now Israel are striking airstrikes right into the Al-Shifa hospital, where there are many pregnant women, babies, children who use the Al-Shifa hospital as a UN shelter. And this act is very violent, as Israel, what they say and what they do is it's two different opposite things. And the delegate of UAE is not justified with this act. Thank you.
The delegate of Albania, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. When civilians are harmed anywhere in the world, the Council cannot stand idle. The Hamas is directly responsible for the situation they are in. They are responsible for their choices they have made to invest in tunnels and weapons and terrorism instead of working for the good of people. They pretend to represent. They haven't continued to use the civilians as human shield when it has also always been used as a method for warfare in terrorism. Also, I would like to ask the delegate of Federation of Russia, what kind of solutions can you give for the situation in Israel-Palestine conflict?
Chair, can I reply to it?
Okay.
We the Russian, we don't want humanitarian pause. We want a ceasefire, a peaceful corridor where both communities can stay in peace. And I would like to propose a solution that the whole area of West Bank be given to the Palestine. And Israel and Palestine should adopt the solution that Cyprus had adopted during the Turkey-Greece war in Cyprus, where they both lived in harmony and had a definite border between them. Thank you.
Delegate of Japan, you may now have the floor.
The delegate of Japan would like to add a new operative paragraph. urges all parties to make extreme measures to counter terrorism with multiple approaches that include addressing the root cause of terrorism, such as poverty, unemployment, and lack of education. Subclause, it would also require cooperation between countries.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of United States of America.
So our reply to the distinguished delegate of Russian Federation is, providing arms and weapons to a country is part of a commercial sector, and we believe that the country should have more responsibility towards the action that follows. And we are one of the biggest supplier of arms to the whole world, and not only for a single nation.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Brazil may now have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to make a comment for the sake of all of the Council. Do remember that the laws of war apply to all parties of conflict, irrespective of what other parties have done or imbalances in power. No one has a right to deliberately kill or target civilians and civilian infrastructure or launch indiscriminate or disproportionate attacks. Under the Geneva Convention Act, this collective punishment is a war crime. And I would like to support the statement made by the United Arab Emirates and condemn the terrorist attacks and the attack on civilians made by both countries. I hope this will be taken into consideration.
Thank you so much, Delegate. The Delegate of Mozambique may now have the floor.
Okay. The Russian delegate talked about the use of high-grade weapons in the war. So, he also told, the delegate of Russian Federation also talked about they did not want to cease fire. The delegate of Mozambique want to ask to the Russian Federation about the solution they had found in the Russia-Ukraine war.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Gabon may now have the floor.
The delegate of Gabonese Republic would like to make an addition amendment for the operative.
Chill.
The delegate of Gabonese Republic would like to make an addition amendment to operative clause 3. This conflict between Israel and Palestine was a result of the utter failure of the UN that happened more than 70 years ago. Palestinian people have determined their sovereignty and have been living in the world's biggest prison. The last century, we call these people freedom fighters. The present century, they are terrorists. Almost every member state here in their strive for freedom has had casualties. The Israeli-Palestine conflict is much more intricate than Israel just defending herself. Just condemning Hamas is not enough. We've talked about the 200 plus hostages Hamas has taken. Why can't we talk about the 4,000 plus Palestinian hostages Israel has been taking, including the 200 plus children?
Delegate, stop referring. Just a reminder for you. Stop addressing countries in the way, we like fancy language, flowery language, but then at the same time don't use, like Israel as herself, defending her. All those things, gendered pronouns, avoid it. Thank you.
Okay.
The Delegate of UAE may now have the floor.
Thank you, Republic of Brazil, for your support. I would also like to say that after the October, Israel had a chance to defend its country, and now it's defending its country by violating United Nations rules. From the past week, more than half of Gaza's hospitals are no longer functional, damage or shortage. There is literally no fuel in Gaza, and Israel has stopped full water supply. If Israel's main motive is to only destroy the Hamas, why is it not giving water supply and food, all the medical aid, all these things for civilians? They can leave the civilians peacefully and only main motive to defend a nation, otherwise attack the Hamas militant. That's one. Two, from the past week, Al-Shifa Hospital, which is in Gaza, the southern part of Gaza, it has been used as a UN shelter where most babies, children, and more 18 plus adults, grandparents, everyone, they are using the UN shelter Al-Shifa Hospital as their main area to live over there. They are getting little amount of food and water only from Al-Shifa Hospital over there. Even after agreeing to what all Israel said, they moved to the southern part of the Gaza area. They are right now in the southern part of Gaza area, and still Israel is putting airstrikes into southern part of Gaza. Israel clearly said they will not attack southern part, they will only attack the northern part, because according to their knowledge, Hamas is only located in northern part. After everyone moving to southern part of Gaza, they are still attacking the southern part of Gaza. That literally makes no sense. That's what I said my quote. What Israel says and what Israel does is totally complete opposite. From the past week, the Israel militant people, they entered inside the Al-Shifa hospital and they put leaflets under the door threatening people to move from the southern part of Gaza. Right now, at least 2 million people have fled from their homes, and they have went to Egypt fearing for their lives. After Israel doing all this, they are now invading inside the Al-Shifa hospital, which is a UN shelter, putting leaflets threatening. I see no sense over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of United Kingdom may now have the floor.
Just 1 second, just to point out, the allies of Israel should come to Israel's aid at this point, because UAE has been focusing its attack on Israel, and the allies ideally the allies would come to their, defense. Who are the allies primarily being?
The United States of America. We just saw you patting on the table, but you should know your foreign policy position. Thank you. Can I add something?
The US, the UK, the France.
All the Western bloc, simply NATO plus. The Western bloc, the NATO
basically
plus.
The Western bloc should be defending Israel because they are aligned to what they are saying. They are not able to say it out loud in the formal session, but this is your time to defend your ally. And please be very, passionate. Ghana is all set to, tear into you. I can see you've been waving it. Japan, Gabon, they're all going to, force wield a sword against Israel, and it's up to you, UK, US, France, to defend your ally who is Israel.
Another additional comments to add. We also have only one neutral country in the whole room. Can somebody tell me which is that country?
The country hasn't spoken at all. It's Swiss Confederation.
Yeah.
But Swiss Confederation, since this is an informal conversation and since this is a competition, you can also make your points very clear. I understand you are all in the, being Swiss Confederate, you are being, maintaining your neutral standpoint. But since this is a competition, you can also chip in and, put your views forward.
Also, one thing to add, neutrality doesn't mean silence. You can express neutrality by speaking as well. Thank you. So that's something, they're the mic people. Logistical support. Right, so this is certain reminders we have noticed, we've been evaluating your participation, we've been evaluating how you're speaking. All these things are quite important. So try to stick with your foreign policy, especially goes to the US and the other nations, the Western Bloc, NATO plus allies. So yeah, thank you.
Srinivasan sir, would you like to say anything more to the delegates? All right, thank you sir, thank you. Over to you, Delegate of UK.
And finally, Malta will answer those. Will say that, all this we have tried, and what I am presenting you is a compromise text. All this you will say. No, I was saying that Malta should take note of all this, and she will finally explain how much work they worked in order to get this draft. So you can say that this is not a solution, This is not an advance, but this is all that we can do at this moment in history. And therefore you should appeal to all the people to refrain from making any amendments and go for a vote. That should be your plea. Repeatedly, whenever anybody makes these wild amendments, you should say, not that we are unaware of it. Ideally, we would like a different resolution. But Malta's role is to make sure that you present a resolution which will have the widest application, widest acceptance. And these three countries who voted abstained on the resolution must say that we are not going to support this resolution. Okay? But since you are not vetoing it, the resolution will pass. So it's a major moment in history of the United Nations. So you must reflect it. All of you must demand very many things. Say that this resolution is useless, it's not going to make any change to the world. Why the hell are you wasting your time, etc., etc., you can say. To which Malta will answer that all this we tried, we have spoken to every delegation, and last few days we did nothing but that, and so have some mercy on us and not raise these things again and again. That will be the final conclusion, okay? But please attack him as much as you want, or anybody else. When you are addressing the judges, you are not addressing the president here. I don't know who the judges are, but they are here in the room. So you are now performing for the judges, okay? So be aggressive, be active, and say what you want in acceptable language, all right? Thank you.
So please stop being, conscious of who's judging you, what is happening. Bring in the soul and the source of your country's position on this, and make sure you are heard. And Malta, your purpose in this committee is to make sure everybody is aligned to your draft resolution, the resolution that you are proposed. Okay? So if someone asks for amendments, you can tell them, we will consider this, but we can't assure you that we can make changes, because someone else might take offense to that, but we need a solution. I'm just repeating what Srinivasan sir just said, so that you can understand the importance of this. And we request all the delegates to be very active. Stop reacting or giving your speeches, thinking about the judges. Enact the role of the delegate. Thank you. Over to you, UK.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. President, for the recognition. The United Kingdom would like to elucidate more on why the United Kingdom is providing arms to Israel. When on October 7th, when Hamas issued their missiles into the territory of Israel, that is when the Israel Prime Minister said that we are in a state of war. That is when he declared that we are in a state of war. In a state of war, it is about the survival of the fittest. We support Israel because we believe that it was Hamas who started the war, Hamas who initiated the war, Hamas who triggered Israel. And at that time, after the war has been declared, it is survival of the fittest. And we also believe in what the United Arab Emirates said, that international law should be followed. In all the all declarations of the UN, we also mentioned that international law and humanitarian law should be followed. That is, some of it are not being, which should be followed. And yes, I hope that is clear why Israel and why United Kingdom and many other countries are providing arms to Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The delegate of Japan may now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, we would like to make a new operative paragraph. Declares that all member states should take
Please pay attention. He's requesting for an addition to the resolution.
Declares that all member states should take extensive measures to reduce economic inequality, which will require a number of policies such as progressive taxation, investment in education and healthcare, and job creation. Also, another subclause, it will also require a commitment to good governance and transparency. We would also like to make a comment. We would like to comment about the helpless state of United Nations because of the abusement of veto power.
Thank you, Delegate.
Please, President, if I may, please, the delegate of Malta should be responding to that because he is proposing the resolution. He has asked for an amendment, an addition. Okay, sir. Please go ahead.
The delegate of China may now have the floor. The Chinese delegation would like to emphasize something in front of the Security Council. The operative paragraph, we completely support the draft resolution raised by Malta, but in the operative paragraph 3, it is emphasized in the operative paragraph 3. It is emphasized about the hostages, children, and all. It is basically emphasizing about the release of civilians. Article 132 of the Geneva Convention, as well as Article 118 of the Geneva Convention, mentions about the release mentions about the release of civilians as well as prisoners of war and all. So we would like to have a clarification from the sponsor. Wouldn't implementing the same Geneva Convention or strictly implementing the Geneva Convention could fulfill all the criteria mentioned in the operative paragraph 3. Thank you. The delegate of Ghana may now have the floor.
So in response to the United Kingdom statement on why the United Kingdom sends arms to Israel, the thing is, Hamas is a non-state organization. Hamas controls the region. Hamas is not Palestine and Palestine is not Hamas. Punishing the Palestinian people for what Hamas has done is not the right thing. We have to and when you say that the Hamas has done the atrocious thing, the bad thing, you have to also realize what Israel has done in the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Israel's far-right government settlement policy violates Article 49 of the Geneva Convention, which states the occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian population into the territory it occupies, and that prohibits the individual or mass transfers as well as deportation of protected persons from occupied territory. And as the delegate of the United Arab Emirates said, Israel has been asking the Palestinian people to move and deport to other areas of the country. 2 million people have deported to Egypt due to this attack from Israel, and there have been many other violations of the humanitarian law, which is violation of the right to life by Israel, violation of the right to liberty, security, and equal treatment, violation of the right to access to effective treatment, violation of the rights to freedom and expression of movement, right to freedom of movement, violation of the rights of the child, violation of the rights to enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, violations of the right to water, violations of the right to education, and the violations of the right to earn a decent living through work. What the Israel attack does is displace many innocent civilians who will have to suffer more to have a normal life anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Russian Federation may now have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Russia believes that Israel sacrificed its life of 1,200 Israeli civilians to invade Palestine and settle down in the name of self-defense. Russia delegate would like to condemn Israel and would want the world to recognize Mr. Netanyahu as a war criminal who lets his soldiers use chemical weapons weapons which shred people and sexually assault women, and ambush hospital like Al-Shifa where people are finding refuge. As UK just said, war is the survival of the fittest. War is fought by soldiers, sir. The war here is one-sided. Israel is not able to find any Hamas militants, and hence they are killing civilians without any mercy. Now, I know the world community might think Russia is being hypocrite here to ask for ceasefire and giving solutions as they themselves hasn't ceasefire in the conflict in that region, in the region of Ukraine. Our conflict with Ukraine has its own unique geopolitical context and the reasons and we have tried many times for peaceful talk with Ukraine. A ceasefire in one conflict doesn't have to be a ceasefire solution to all conflicts. Let's solve each conflict separately rather than mixing everything up. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Gabon may now have the floor.
The delegate of Gabonese Republic would like to raise a hypothetical question. If after the October 7th Hamas attack, if instead of going back to Gaza, if Hamas went to Tel Aviv, would Israel still indiscriminately bomb Tel Aviv in order to rid the world of Hamas? The answer would obviously be a resounding no. It makes sense why former colonial powers like the United Kingdom and France support Israel, but morality stands above all these issues, and it is blatant hypocrisy that Israel is willing to draw the line between terrorists and Israeli citizens, but on the other hand is not willing to distinguish between terrorists and Palestinians who are just normal people. Israel have been killing children of all people, and more than 5,000 children have died in Israel's claim to rinse the world of Hamas, and the delegate of Gabonese Republic would like to condemn that in the harshest manner.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Brazil may now have the floor.
You see, if we are condemning acts, then first and foremost, we need to condemn anti-Semitism acts that have been conducted by Hamas. I don't believe the Council acknowledges yet, but more than 75% of the population in Israel consists of Jews. And I believe this plays a relevant position, this fact plays a relevant position in the attack of from Hamas on Israel in the October 7 attack. So I hope the Council will make decisions as on to condemn anti-Semitism and terrorism acts that have been executed. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Ecuador may now have the floor.
As a delegate of Ecuador, I believe that Palestine have already violated the rule of use of human shields in the as an international order. There have been allegations that Palestinian groups have been, or Hamas groups have used civilians as human shields, which contravenes international humanitarian laws. And also, indiscriminate attacks by the Palestine was also violation in the international order. Some actions by Palestinian groups, such as firing rockets into civilian areas without distinguishing between military and civilian targets, have been condemned as indiscriminate attacks. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Mozambique may now have the floor.
I wanted to, the Republic of Mozambique want to question the United Kingdom of Britain and Northern Ireland as they told that Hamas had started attack. Hamas started attack on Israel as a result of a culmination of events by Israel.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Swiss Confederation may now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We emphasize the plight of victims affected by Hamas terrorist attacks, highlighting the tragic loss of thousands of civilians in Israel and throughout the occupied Palestinian territory since October 7. So, if we go on like this, we then don't get any solutions. So, only solutions can solve the war. So, when we look into these conflict, we will find out that the war is not starting from since. It will be go back from years. So, the main problem of the war is because of the status of Jerusalem. It is a disputed territory. So, both the Palestine and Israel have a different opinion about the status of Jerusalem and the future borders. If we look at the borders that is settled in the agreement based on 1967, if we follow that or if we go for it, we can define a correct boundary for both the countries. So that will end the war in not only now but also the war won't be broke out in the future. So my third opinion.
Volunteers, please replace the mic. Yeah, thank you.
My third third solution is to give a fair and comprehensive solution to the refugee question. So, when two countries broke war, the main parties affected the refugees or the civilians. The authorities only want their victory, and they are supported by different countries, like different countries supporting Israel and different countries supporting Palestine and providing different weapons which give mass destruction. So the ultimate problem is born to the civilians. So, if we address this civilians or when we speak about civilians, we should make their safety. And the Israelis saying that if the civilians is moved to the south part, they won't attack. But as the United Arab Emirates said, they are attacking the south part also and even the hospitals. So the war is only worsening. So I hope the Security Council can give a solution, can give a correct solution to end the war, not only now, but also in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Albania may now have the floor.
The delegate of Republic of Albania doubts the credibility of the intelligence failure made by Israel, as there were reports of multiple warnings given by Egypt. How did Israelis fail to know the dozens of motorcycles, boats, and paraglides being ready and invading into the country? Israel knows that the Gaza Strip is in a tension state. It knows that there are challenges in the Gaza Strait. How did they fail to know that? Also, how many Hamas militants has of yet been killed? And how many innocent lives were lost? Israel destroyed the economy of Palestine, made the civilians helpless, blocked all basic humanitarian needs. Who exactly is killing the innocents? The militants, the millions of people left without food and shelter. Thousands of children left orphan. Their future basically been destroyed by Israel. I ask again, who exactly is the killer? Also, I want the delegates to remember Israel has used white phosphorus, a chemical weapon, in the warfare. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of United Kingdom, you may now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before starting my confrontation, I would like to ask a doubt. During the informal consultation, we can be very informal with our speeches, right? We need not have a framework.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Yes, sir. During our informal consultations, we can be very informal. We need not have a framework or make a speech.
Listen, so there are things like diplomatic language, diplomatic courtesy, foreign policy, the aspect of, all these things are being noted. So at that situation, I mean, we would encourage you not to go beyond in violating your foreign policy, number one. Use diplomatic language, ensure diplomatic courtesy. These are the things which, that gives a general impression of who you are as a delegate. So while you ask me this question, whether or not you can be diplomatic or whether you can go all out and create a whole ruckus up to it, I will suggest, go ahead,
you can involve in the verbal hustle bustle, whatever you want. But at the same time, don't be aggressive. Don't be rude to people. Don't target people like that because at the end of the day, it's a stimulation as well as it's a competition. Go ahead, you can attack, but then don't personally attack somebody. That's the only limit we're keeping. Otherwise, it's fine.
Yes. Firstly, I would like to inform the delegates present in the United Nations Security Council the stance of United Kingdom, because I think a lot of delegates are not aware of what United Kingdom stands for. There's a misinterpretation there. We support Israel, but some acts done by Israel, even in our speeches, we have mentioned Israel is not following international law or humanitarian aid laws. That is not acceptable by United Kingdoms. We have mentioned it in our speech. So, yes, that is one thing I had to clear about our stance. And about the war, about the ongoing war. Hostages. Hamas had taken hostages from Israel. That is when we declared a state of war. As I told, at a state of war, it is the survival of the fittest. Now, when the Russian Federation criticized Israel for having a war, I would like to ask Russian Federation about, you said you had a lot of geopolitical stance why you are attacking Ukraine. As a topic isn't Russia-Ukraine war, I cannot elucidate more on that. But you still call this greatest war a special military operation. You still haven't named it a war. In all your information, you're calling it a special military operation. And we all know what your geopolitical means are. At least Israel doesn't have all of that. They call it a war, and they are doing it for the self-defense of themselves. Yes, that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Japan may now have the floor.
We would like to modify the draft resolution. We would like to make 4 amendments. On the first amendment is on the operative paragraph number 1. Instead of demands that all parties should comply with their obligations, we should we change it to strongly urges all parties to comply with their obligations. The second one is on the 4th operative paragraph. Calls on all parties to refrain from depriving. Instead of that, we can say urges all parties to refrain from depriving. The third one is on 6th operative paragraph. Request the Secretary General to urges the Secretary General. The fourth one is 7th operative paragraph. Decides to remain seized of the matter. Instead, we can say declares to remain seized of that matter.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Malta, you may now have the floor.
I want to give reply to the Republic of China about the resolution that it has brought. It is not about what there is written in the existing law. It is about what is being followed. According to reports, 450 Israel civilians, including children and women of Israel civilians and also of the other nationalities, are being captured by the Hamas and the other groups. And our stance is with the peace. Our stance is with the neutrality. And we have to maintain a balanced state. So we have put this clause 3 so that all the Hamas, all the hostages that has been held by the Hamas they should release all the hostages that has been captured.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Russian Federation may now have the floor.
The Russian Federation would like to ask for the deletion of operative paragraph 3, calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all the hostages held by Hamas and other groups, especially children, as well as ensuring immediate humanitarian access. UNSC can actually ask for it, but they won't abide by it because UNSC doesn't have any jurisdiction over them. No offense, but we are all just a barking dog to them. Hence, the Russian Federation would like to focus upon urges Israel to conduct operations and surgical strike on Hamas rather than conducting carpet bombing. Now, answering the delegate of UK, the delegate of Russia too understands why UK and USA is siding with Israel, because they want to have a major ally in Middle East, and they couldn't get it when they attacked Iraq, Afghanistan. Now they are just doing it to gain the support of Israel by decimating the people of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The delegate of Gabon, you may now have the floor.
The delegate of Gabonese Republic would like to follow up on what the Russian delegate has mentioned. All of the operative clauses mentioned in the draft resolution would only work if Israel and its main supporter, the US, abide by the rules mentioned here. Israel has been known to go after the medical facilities and medical staff, even UN designated medical staff, and there have been many casualties which should not have been the case if they were abiding by the rules which the United Nations Security Council has prescribed. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The delegate of Ghana, you may now have the floor.
So I would like to bring the statement made by the United Kingdom once again. When we said that we condemn your action on sending arms, we do not hold you responsible for Israel's actions. Israel's actions is Israel's actions alone. But we would hope that you would see on why we have to stop this conflict between them. And then one more thing, I would like to thank the delegate of Brazil for the statement on how anti-Semitism is on the rise. And I would also like to add, Islamophobia is on the rise as well. This issue not just causes harm for the people present in the region, it also harms people outside the region. In Illinois of USA, a 32-year-old man killed a 6-year-old as a case of Islamophobia during the start of this event. Major cases like this have risen along the world. And also, now everyone has been focusing on the humanitarian effects of this issue. Now I would also like to bring attention to the economical effects. Fears of oil supply from the region, being disrupted. The prices have spiked. Oil prices are at $94 a barrel now. According to Robert Ryan, chief strategist at BCA Research, tougher sanctions on Iran could lead up to $140 a barrel. Possibility of this could possibly bring the World Bank into recession. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. The delegate of Mozambique, you may now have the floor.
The Republic of Mozambique won an amendment in the operative paragraph 3 as an additional amendment, calls for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages held by Hamas and other groups, especially children, as well as ensuring immediate humanitarian access, and to stop all acts of violence aimed at Palestinian and Israel civilians.
Thank you, delegate. The delegate of United States of America, you may now have the floor.
We, the USA, believes that Israel is defending themselves from the attacks such as the rocket attacks and suicide bombings from the Hamas, which we consider as the right to defense under the international law. But at the same time, the humanitarian concerns itself pushed us to state that the actions done by Israel as horrendous, which we have mentioned in our speech, as Israel's intelligence capabilities have proven valuable in combating a common security threat, including terrorism and proliferation of weapons, we see our support for Israel as crucial to maintaining stability in the Middle East. Moreover, Israel and the US collaborate closely on counter-terrorism efforts. Israel's experience and expertise in dealing with security threats align with the US. We USA always wishes for aims of peaceful ending of the conflict.
Listen, a bit of feedback here. Where is the debate headed? President, you as the moderator, you are also the moderator, right? So what is your responsibility is to lead the debate in a way that turns out it to be productive. The informal consultations are done in United Nations Replica to arrive in solutions. What we have been noticing towards the whole pattern of discussion is that, things are getting extremely repetitive. Things are getting extremely repetitive because everybody is stating, I'll tell you what's been going on. People are being just, echoing each other. They've been saying the two-state policy. They've been echoing peace and negotiation, larger dialogue and diplomacy. Something new and productive, that's what we are looking forward in the informal consultation. We appreciate the fact that you guys trying to put in the effort, but at the same time, be productive with the discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Delegate. We have the Delegate of Brazil. You may now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to comment on what the Russian Federation has requested. That is the deletion of operatory paragraph number 3. I strongly objected as firstly as the commenting of the United Nations Security Council as barking dogs. I would like to say that if we are so, then there is no need for such a council. Thank you. There is no need for such a council, as if such is the policy, then what is the purpose of the resolution that we are making? And also, I would like to suggest that the draft resolution, the paragraph is not being clear enough about the hostage release. As I would also very respectfully like to state that the purpose of the Security Council is to make the international stance clear on every arising issue, and that being a recommendatory body has, as you are, I believe, are partially right, but still within our limitations we have to do what is right. I hope you understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. We have the United Arab Emirates. You may now have the floor.
Hamas did start the war. Hamas did trigger the war. But does not mean that Israel should kill innocent civilians who are feared for their lives. Right now in social media like YouTube and other platforms, there are videos of Israel armies invading houses in Palestine and shooting people live or taking them as hostages. Countries supplying more guns and weapons to Israel to destroy other country will not prove that Israel is a powerful country or is a winner of this fight. But it will only prove that Israel is a cold-blooded country which does not care for the innocent lives of Palestine. The cold-blooded country has so far killed more than 11,500 people's lives, including babies. To any country that defends themselves by saying that we support Israel in this current situation would not make sense. We, the delegate of United Arab Emirates, knows that every human being in this world is equally important, and every human being has a capability to make this world a better place to live. The only solution to this crucial war is to stop fighting from both the sides by removing anger and aggression. Israel's main motive was to fight the Hamas militant group, but their anger and aggression is also faced by the innocent civilians of Palestine. As the quote goes, war wins land, peace wins people. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Assuming the role of the delegate of China, I would like to make a statement. Delegates, firstly, we are not discussing about who started the war, if it is Israel or Hamas. The main, particular resolution which was introduced by Malta deals about the humanitarian pause and all. So there is no point in bringing about who started the war, who triggered the war, who is currently in the war, etc., etc. And secondly, I would like to point out again, USA has earlier vetoed a humanitarian aid resolution, but is secretly helping Palestine or giving humanitarian aid to Palestine. We doesn't understand the secret plan which the USA is having in such activities. Thank you. Next up, we have the delegate
of China. Thank you for your response. And just to remind you, our informal session will come to a close at 12:30. If you go check your time, it's already 12:29. I would remind you of that. Yes. Can we allow one last speech, one last session, sir? No, let's close the informal session and discuss the resolution and put it to a vote. One second. Just hold on.
See, I think we have had enough time for all of you to express your views. That was the purpose, okay? Now there's no point in continuing this debate. So what the chairman should say is that all these will be taken by Malta, who is the proposer of the resolution, and present a final text to the formal session. You understand what I'm saying? All this has to be reflected by Malta. Malta, are you listening? And this is just an play acting. So you have to say that I have taken into all this, and you ask a question, you want a resolution to be adopted or not? You say that anything more than this resolution, nobody will accept. So if you want a resolution or don't want a resolution, if you want a resolution, this is the only possible resolution, because we know, because we have consulted everybody. But we will consider this with the sponsors, and I'll come back into the formal session. Okay? And there you can stop. And then resume the formal session immediately. Malta doesn't have to say anything now. I'm saying that is the understanding. Or you say it, that all these will be usually taken by the co-sponsor, Malta, and bring a new text or whatever text he wants to the formal session, which will start immediately. So the debate you are cutting off. Okay? The purpose of the debate was not to change the amendment. It was only to give everybody a chance to speak. That's all. That's over.
Thank you, delegates, for all the points. All this will be taken into consideration by the co-sponsor. And we'll be moving into the formal session very soon.
So adjourn. Informal session is adjourned.
The informal consultation is adjourned.
Okay, now formal session begins. Right away.
Okay. Now, the Security Council adjourns for formal session. I thank the distinguished delegate of Malta for drafting the resolution. I now propose to put the resolution to vote. Those in favor of the resolution?
Yeah, Malta has to present the document, right?
Would any distinguished delegate of the Security Council like to make a statement before the vote?
Before that, Malta has to present the draft.
Yeah, so listen. So
you give the floor to Malta.
Okay, I'll explain it. I'll explain the process for you. Yesterday, similarly, we did. Who presented the draft yesterday? Do you remember? It was the delegate of UAE, right? I'm just explaining. Sure. Done. So similarly, it's for your future reference as well. First, once we revert back to the formal session after the informal consultation.
We have already started the formal session.
All right, sir. So, delegate of Malta, let the delegate of Malta complete.
Delegate of Malta, it's your time to present the draft resolution.
Malta make a statement summarizing everything. Not in detail, but.
Quick thing, don't read out the whole draft resolution, okay? Simple as that. Thank you.
The Council Resolution 2712, which Malta has honored to introduce, emphasizes the urgent need of humanitarian pause and corridors in Gaza. It calls for the immediate and unconditional release of hostages, particularly children held by religious groups. The resolution under The resolution underscores the importance of safeguarding civilians and ensuring unhiding access to the UN agencies and partners. It is crucial to understand that the resolution neither condemns the attack of the October 7 nor reveals the attacks that Israel is doing. Instead, it focused on the essential aid protecting civilians and upholding international humanitarian law. The omission of the specific details about the origin of the conflict aim at creating the common ground for all the parties to rally behind humanitarian objectives. Malta acknowledged the concern raised by some council members, but we firmly believe that the resolution represents a significant step forward. Our intention is not to assign blame, but to address the immediate need of the affected population. We call on the parties to refrain from the actions that deprive the civilians in Gaza on the basic service and aid that is needed by the people of Gaza. And as Russia has earlier said that the UN means nothing to the people of Philistines, and so I want to say that we should try our best to bring peace among the nations. It is not that in the past no resolution has been passed, so we should make sure that this resolution passes and it gets the majority. In conclusion, let us translate our words to action. The lives of countless civilians, essentially children, depend on the ability to put aside difference and work towards a common goal. That the common goal is the alleviation of human suffering. Malta remains committed to support initiatives that brings about lasting peace and stability in the region. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Malta for drafting and presenting the resolution. I now propose to put the resolution to vote. Would any distinguished delegate of the Security Council like to make a statement before the vote?
Delegate 30-second statements, quick, thank you.
Delegate of Republic of Albania.
President, we thank Malta for their efforts and the continued encouragement with all the Security Council members to come to this point where no one needs reminding that dealing with issues of peace and security, ensuring protection of civilians and support peace, etc. The world has been watching and waiting for peace.
Hello. What is the logic? Why? Please put down. The logic is you would like to campaign for your position. The vote is about to take place. Please listen. So you don't make any new points. Okay. So what I'm saying is when you speak before the vote, this is basically to capture votes from the others. Okay. So you can say, first of all, I am going to vote for this resolution, for this. So don't go into too many details, and I would urge other delegations also to do, because it's a realistic resolution. That's all. None of you is happy with the resolution, right? Isn't it? Nobody is happy. But Malta is saying history at this particular moment will not permit anything more than humanitarian. So you want one resolution or no resolution, that's all. So now you are to responding to that. You say that we acknowledge what Malta has done. They have done very important consultations. And in recognition of that, I am going to vote for this. That's all. So similarly, others also. What you want to indicate is your support for the resolution for this reason. Don't go into the substance. Because you will also get a chance to speak after the vote. See, after the vote is adopted, then you can express your happiness about what happened and say that this is not enough. Okay, you understand? Everybody looks a bit worried. There's nothing to worry. Right? Okay. All right, he is finished? You're finished? Okay, but don't go into the substance.
needless to say, for we welcome the adoption of today's resolution and its primary focus on international humanitarian laws. We vote in favor because the text, imperfect as it is, responds to a critical core objective coherent with our principles. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of Republic of France.
Mr. President, we acknowledge the resolution put forward by the representative Malta. We support Palestine in the conflict. We have the duty to prevent a spillover of the entire region. France is committed to preventing an extension of this conflict. Finally, we must act in order to recreate the conditions for a political solution which could meet the legitimate aspirations of Palestinians and Israelis to live in peace. The conditions of this lasting peace are well known. They are essential guarantees for Israel's security and a state for the Palestinians. And it is why we hope that the Security Council will reach a just decision as soon as possible based on our common principles. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Just to make one comment, has the Undersecretary General and Secretary General taken note of everybody who wants to speak? Please lower your place cards.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of Japan.
Just for your attention, mention how you're going to vote for and urge everybody else to vote aligned with you. That is what you're supposed to do. Thank you.
We acknowledge the resolution put forward by Malta, and we would like to congratulate Malta for presenting the resolution. We want to vote in favor due to the crisis happening in Palestine, and we would urge everybody to vote in favor to give a humanitarian aid to the people suffering in Palestine.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of Malta.
Everybody else finished? You will be the last to speak.
Sir, I want to just add few points.
No, hold on. Let all the speak.
You can make your statements after everybody has spoken because you are proposing the.
Okay. Next up, we have the Delegate of the Russian Federation.
The Russian Federation delegate would be abstaining from this resolution as it's very ambiguous and doesn't ask for a ceasefire. The operative paragraph 2, it's asked for a humanitarian pause and a corridor throughout Gaza Strip for a sufficient day to enable constant international humanitarian law. Okay. So this sufficient day for Israel would be 1 day or 2 days. It's very ambiguous. Operative clause 5. Okay. Operative clause 5. It only places like humanitarian sites, critical infrastructures, vehicles and humanitarian stuff. It doesn't ask for hospitals, religious institutions, as Israel just bombed the third oldest church which is in Palestine. Hence, Russia would be abstaining, and I would like all the delegates to abstain from this resolution as it's not the solution for this war. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of Gabon.
Gabonese Republic acknowledges the resolution and commends the Delegate of Malta for his leadership. The Delegate of Gabon would have liked the resolution to mention about the returning of the Palestinian hostages kept by Israelis, but I do agree with the Delegate of Malta that any more and the resolution would not have passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of Ghana.
I would like to say that Ghana stands for this resolution and we acknowledge it. And although this resolution is not the desired one, it is still the first step in restoring back world peace from this conflict. We hope that this resolution will help the people affected by it, and we stand together with the resolution and we will provide any humanitarian aid necessary for this.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of Mozambique.
the delegate of Republic of Mozambique critically appreciate Malta for the interest to maintain global peace. We strongly criticize the situations Israel caused to the Palestinians. We vote in favor of Malta's resolution and others to join her hands and be allied for maintain global peace.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of Swiss Confederation.
We acknowledge the resolution put forward by Malta. As a Swiss delegate, we fully support resolution recognizing its comprehensive approach to addressing global challenges. This collaborative effort aligns with Switzerland's commitment to international cooperation and upholding shared values, contributing to a more secure and equitable world.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of Malta.
I want to remind all the delegates to remember that our vote today directly impact real human lives. Thousands of children, civilian and heroic humanitarian workers. The Security Council has the opportunity to reaffirm its responsibility and commitment to safeguard civilian lives urgently. Malta remains committed to the protection of civilian, exceptionally children who suffer disproportionately in the conflict. I urge all the council members to support the draft resolution and vote for favor, as it will create as this will change the conflict. It can change the conflict as it can end the conflict and the disasters that has been occurring to the people or the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegates. I now propose to put the resolution to vote. Those in favor of the resolution, please raise your hands. Those against the resolution, please raise your hands. Those who abstain, please raise your hands. Would any distinguished delegate of the Security Council like to make a statement after the vote? Okay. The results are as follows. Votes in favor of the resolution, 12. Votes against the resolution, 0. Those who abstain, 3. The resolution on the situation in the Middle East has been accepted. Would any distinguished delegate of the Security Council like to make a statement after the vote? The delegate of United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
After the voting or?
No, everybody can make. Anyone can make a statement. But I'm not suggesting everybody should.
It doesn't have to be one, right? Anyone who raises their hand can give it.
One. After the vote, only once you can speak.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is impossible to comprehend the pain and loss the Palestinian members are enduring. Too many civilians are losing their lives, including most tragically our
children. So it is right that Security Council calls for a humanitarian aid for the prolonged issue. Therefore, the United Kingdom have doubled their aids by providing 2 RFA aircrafts to Palestine as they requested for it. The reason why we abstain for this resolution is Hamas's actions were an existential strike at the very idea of Israel as a state, safe homeland for Jewish people. It is unconscionable for the Council to ignore the largest terror attack in Israel's history. Mr. President, The resolution is absolutely necessary, but the first resolution that we just passed right now couldn't clearly condemn Hamas terrorist attack on the 7th of October. The barbaric actions the Hamas produced should be condemned. But United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland understands the purpose of the resolution, to get aid in and hostages out. Therefore, that is the reason why we abstain on this resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the delegation of Russian Federation. Next up, we have the delegation of Japan.
We voted in favor because we know it's right. This resolution, it's a historic moment in Security Council that this resolution has been passed. Even though 3 abstained, I would like to thank everybody in the Security Council for voting in favor.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Russian Federation.
Good afternoon all. Russian Federation has abstained as we don't accept the humanitarian pause, but we didn't veto it because in this situation something is better than nothing. I expect Israel to stop the attack and invasion and give civilians enough time to get their humanitarian aids. Russia would always stand for ceasefire, and now as this resolution is passed, if Israel commits any human rights violation, Mr. Netanyahu should be titled as war criminal and for breaking 28 plus UN resolutions. The irony here is that Israel has broken 28 plus resolutions and nothing has happened, but Iraq broke just 2 resolutions and they got decimated by USA for 8 plus years. That this attack on Israel is a proper incompetence of Israeli intelligence part. As most countries agree to this resolution, Russia would be giving humanitarian aids as well to the people of Palestine and be on a watch to see if Israel starts to oppress the less fortunate people of Palestine again. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have Brazil.
Delegate, did you by any chance use the term veto here? What did you say about it? We just need some clarity on that.
Russian abstains from this resolution as we don't accept the humanitarian pause, but we didn't veto it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brazil would voted in favor for this resolution as the last 4 sessions, as the Council knows, has been pretty inefficient in making any moves regarding this issue. And this resolution at least is a small step towards peace in the Middle East, and something is better than nothing, as the Russian Federation has stated. Also, we would like to, one of the other reasons that we have voted in favor is that civilian lives should be given priority over immediate ceasefire.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of Ghana.
First of all, I would like to thank all the delegates here for all the delegates who have abstained and voted in favor because this resolution has passed. I hope this resolution will help save the lives of many innocent civilians, and this is the first step towards the United Nations once again reaching back to its power of restoring world peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of Mozambique.
The Delegate of Republic of Mozambique wanted to express boundless respect for the heroic participants in voting for resolution. We owe it to those who fought to restore peace, to pass on the memory of their unprecedented feat to future world. From the bottoms of our heart, we extremely thank all the 12 delegates voted for the resolution.
Thank you, Delegate. Next up, we have the Delegate of Albania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Its inability during the last 6 weeks to find common ground on this issue speaks with one voice in condemning the other terrorist acts. But despite this, for the sake of children and the other innocent civilians and their safety, in the name of life and future, by the unwavering commitment and respect for international law and the protection of civilians, we vote in favor because the human life should be placed above anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. The Security Council has concluded the debate on the situation in the Middle East. The meeting has been adjourned.
Good, thank you very much. There was a bit of confusion at the end because, different people were raising the flag, etc. But anyway, I think the procedure was right because the responsibility is of the sponsor of the resolution, right? So you have expressed all your views. That was to just test your debating skills. That was the only idea. We made you all speak, okay? So that's all been registered. And the process is that he takes on all the amendments and he knows that nothing else will pass. Okay, that is the reason that you must all know. But any opportunity to get, you must state your position again and again and again. That is how you use the time. Any opportunity you get to press your point, you must do so for the sake of the record and sake of the world to know. See, each country, when you vote in the Security Council, the people who watch it closest is your own country. You understand? So what you are performing is not for us. It is for your country back home. So even if there was no audience, you would speak. Because as Albania, you have a duty to put it forward. And that is why and that's why this procedure is adopted. Before the vote you can speak, after the vote you can speak, etc. But it's a little bit out of order, but otherwise it was okay, and I think we have done justice to this subject. The reality is, this is the only resolution that has been adopted in the last 2 years in the Security Council. That's a very important factor. So Malta deserves all the praise. And they must have worked really hard. What does Malta have to do with it? They have no axe to grind. They are not directly in nobody is bombing them. They are not a big power. But only Malta could do that because they had the access to everybody and they sincerely did it. So that is the point that you have to stress, and at the same time tell him that yes, we accept what you have said, but we would have liked to do it more. And that you should forcefully put. I would have vetoed this resolution like the Russian said. That's how it should be. In actual fact, these three need not have supported it. They had the choice of rejecting it. But for the sake of humanity, you are doing it. That is the spirit. Okay? Any questions? So congratulations, Mr. President. I hope you are back to normal. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Srinivasan sir. Thank you for taking us through the whole Security Council procedure. And congratulations to the delegates and also to the audience for being in the spirit of being a delegate, being present in the United Nations Security Council. Congratulations to the delegates once again. You have made your cases wonderfully well. And we will now break for lunch. And we will reconvene in the General Assembly Hall at 2:30 p.m. For the valedictory closing remarks. We'll also have a feedback session. The valedictory will begin at 2:30. And we have, after you have your lunch, we can have a feedback session at sharp 2 o'clock. Okay, so I wish you a sumptuous lunch and see you all back at 2 p.m. in the General Assembly Hall where you are. Thank you. a close of 2 days of diplomatic delegations and discourses, we are embarking on to the valedictory session. On behalf of the whole group of Labour India UN Replica 2023, I would like to congratulate you and thank you for your wholehearted efforts, wholehearted support, and active participation. Thank you. Thank you. And before we begin our formal valedictory session at 2:30, I would like to hear some feedbacks from you. Or you can also tell us, it need not necessarily be feedback alone, you can tell us how your experience of UN Replica was. Any volunteers? If I would like to hear from people who have been experiencing it for the first time, ideally, because people who have been here, it's nothing new to you, but people who have been here for the first time, we would like to know what you think about the event, how your experience was, and what is your takeaway from the event. Yes, let's hear it for the delegate of Brazil. Over to you, Maria.
Okay, funny thing. Before this event, before saying that, hey Maria, you're part of this event, go to Labour India, attend this, I have never in my life searched what UN is, don't know what UN is. Okay, barely even knew I barely knew Brazil was in South America. So this event gave me so much information that I could not have possibly managed to, understand and do it myself. That maybe I would not have gathered the information I have in the past week for maybe another few years. Because of this event, I was able to gain a lot of knowledge, and I'm grateful to every one of you, every one of the organizing, every one of the fellow participants and delegates for their contribution. Because every one of the remark you made to the other debate increased everyone's knowledge here, and I am very thankful, very grateful for the opportunity here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Brazil. Anyone else who would like to? Yes, please come forward. We have the President of United Nations Security Council and the Delegate of China.
Okay, so firstly, it was fun to be here. Like coming from the background of MUNs, first thing, like I entered the school, I thought, okay, name would be something like UN Replica, complete a replica of UN and all, but I didn't expect something like this. Okay, first thing I knew as I was the president of UNSC, and from there I saw the placard of president here, and I was like, oh my god, okay. And then yeah, okay, it was fun, and I think like in Kerala we don't support MUNs that much. There is no like the extracurricular activities is somewhat low in Kerala, much less in Kerala. So compared to that, it is pretty great that Labour India institution is conducting something different from MUN. Okay, so basically we have seen MUNs, college MUNs, school MUNs. Even I come from the background of MUNs. I started my MUN as a photographer, moved into a delegate and all. So basically, so first timers here who are here, you guys are really lucky. First thing, before MUNs, you guys you are introduced to something called the real UN here. So basically, I think in Kerala we only have one such thing called the UN Replica. There is no other alternative for UN Replica in Kerala. So the only possible way, if you want to follow the United Nations, you want to follow something like that, is MUNs. Yeah, so keep doing MUNs, and okay, I will come for next year's UN Replica also, it's for sure. We'll meet you there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of China. Looking forward to seeing you next year. Anybody else? Yes, the Delegate of Israel. The Delegate of Israel would like to speak to you about her experience. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. I actually participated in the UNR last year as well. I was the delegate of Turkey in the UNGA. And in these past 2 years, I have learned a lot about the two countries. So last year it was about Turkey. Now I learned a lot about Israel, more than I could have ever imagined. It helped me gain vast knowledge about the war, all the issues and the agenda. We have to do very careful research in order to propose the opening statement, propose amendments for the draft resolution. So the research that I've done on this topic really gained me so much experience, so much knowledge that I will never forget. This was truly a wonderful experience, and I am hoping I will get to experience it the next year as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Delegate of Israel. We could see that in the way you proposed amendments yesterday, because it was it seemed a seasoned UN replica response to amendments, and looking forward to seeing at least some of you next year. So 2 of them have promised to come next year as well. So looking forward to meeting more people next year, along with a few old faces as well. Now over to the delegate of North Korea. All right, over to you. Let's hear it for the delegate of North Korea.
Being frank, last year I studied here and I got a chance to take part in the traditional rally, but I never got a chance to be a delegate. And being a delegate, it gained me a lot of knowledge. And last year also I attended Domilsa's classes and got trained to be a delegate, but never had a chance to be a delegate. But this year I got the chance and again got a lot of training sessions from Rosemary ma'am Domilsa, and it made me excellent. It made me feel excellent yesterday also. Thank you.
That's so sweet.
Can I ask? Okay. All right. Now we'll take more of this feedbacks, individualized feedbacks, but then we'll have general, feedbacks for certain aspects we have throughout the conference. First one's first, how is the quality of the debate? You can how many of, we'll take into 3 different categories. Is it good, average, or needs improvement? So all those for good, raise your hands. Both the days. All of those who say average. All right. Those who say needs improvement. 1, 2, 3. All right. 4. Courageous people. Okay. Okay. First of all, with regard to the quality of debate, yes, we understand that yesterday was much more fierce than what we had today. But at the same time, when it comes to taking out critical feedbacks, we would definitely look into this aspect. We'll try to bring in better participants. We'll try to make sure that you get a better training sessions as well. We'll try to keep, maybe next year, do you have something here? So maybe next year we can probably keep it a 2-day for the GA, something on that lines. We'll work upon it. We'll try doing it. We're not assuring you that this is going to be a possibility, but we'll definitely look into that. Apart from that, okay, what's the quality of the food? Good? All those for good? All right. All those for average?
I don't think they were focusing on the quality of the food. They were too excited for the formal sessions and everything.
Right. And I believe that the rest is for needs improvement. But yes, sure. Especially, we can definitely take this into consideration as well. We believe that there are definitely shortcomings, and we will definitely work upon it for the upcoming editions. Now, with regard to the agendas, what do you all think of the agenda? How is it? Good, bad, average? Sorry, good, average, needs improvement? All those for good? For the agendas? Both. Yeah. Average? Needs improvement?
Those who think it needs improvement, and we would like to hear from you. I mean, genuinely, we would like to get feedback from you. So, because in the light of the need for improvement, we would like to hear what your thoughts are. So those who think the agenda items are, can be improved, please get back to us and we would like to hear your thoughts as well. Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Okay, last category. All right, last question to you when it comes to general feedbacks. We asked you about the debate, we asked you about the food, we asked you about the agenda items. Last, allotments. Were you all satisfied with your allotments? Yes? All those who says it was good, raise your placards. Sorry, raise your hands, my bad. All those who think it could have, it's like average. And all those who believe it needs improvement. One. What allotment did you get again? Gabon. How many experience do you have? Two MUNs. We definitely had people with a lot more experience. That's the reason. Like, we just wanted to see you in both GE and SC. So that's why giving you happen. So getting a double delegation itself is a plus thing. All right, now this is general feedback, so you can continue.
Just to add on to that, it's all about making the best of the worst situation, right? Diplomacy is all about that. If you're given a country that you think is not aligned to you, what you can do is do research and work on it and make it better. This is just a suggestion for you as well. You can't always control very many things, but you can always control your response and reaction to it as well. Just a suggestion or a thought that passed my mind, that's all. Okay. Anything else, Tom?
Okay, so we've done 4 aspects. Anything else do you want me to take feedback on? Any suggestions from your side which you think that I am missing out? How was the mentorship? How was us and TP Srinivasan sir? Good, average, needs it. Oh yeah, I would have filmed it and posted it on Instagram, but yes. Can we do it for the social media?
Hold one second. You bring your phone or what? Do you want me to take it?
No, I'll do it.
Yeah, okay. So there is always room for improvement, but thank you for letting us know that we did a decent job. If there is anything else that you would like to give us a feedback on, you can always reach out to us.
All right, so listen. So this is going to go on the Instagram of Replica, Replica. Those who haven't followed yet, go follow whenever you go back home, especially students from Labour India. You'll get all your pictures and stuff there. So we're just going again. Guys, what do you think about me and Rose as mentors for Replica? Do you think that we're good? Do you think that we're average? Or do you think, we need improvement? Thanks a lot.
Thank you once again, everyone.
So with this, any other feedbacks you want to come and give us? Go ahead.
Would anyone else like to have a feedback session? That would also be welcome. Anyone else? About your experience here, about being a part of the reenactment of UN, and especially at such a momentous time in history. The first time a Security Council has passed a resolution. Gabon would like to speak. Please come forward. Over to you, Delegate.
I would like to point out that the travel back, especially for people who came in autos here, is not that great. So yesterday the event went on till night, so when we were going back, especially when we were alone, so yeah, we had to walk like 1.5 kilometers back downhill.
I'll take this question. Being very honest, those people who reached out to either me or Rose, were provided auto rickshaw support from from the school side. We had other taxi options as well as available. So you could have contacted the reception office or something like that, so that we could have helped you with any of the modes of transportation you would like to require.
Okay.
Okay. It's okay. It's fine to miss out on things. Maybe we could have.
It was enjoyable. My experience here was enjoyable.
Oh, okay. Any other feedbacks for us?
No.
Like for the event in general.
No, no.
Which
Yeah,
MUNs have you done? Tell me that. Which MUNs have you been to?
The first MUN was from my own college. That was the first time I actually knew about MUNs. It was CET MUN in June. And then last week I had Government Law College MUN there. But yeah, that's it.
Tell us how your MUN experience is different from
MUNs were a bit more crazy. You had people shouting here and there. This was much more conservative. We had people maintaining decorum, which I don't think was something you found in MUNs. It was great. It didn't feel like a school, it felt like a United Nations Assembly.
All right. And will you come for UN Replica maybe next year as well?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, sure, great. Thank you.
See you again next year.
Yes. Any other things before? Yeah, you're done. DPRK is over.
You already gave a feedback.
Yeah.
So yeah. I think we can have a session for that afterwards. If you want to take it up personally with us, we'll do something about it. We'll talk to your teachers and we'll get back to you. Okay.
All right. Any other things do you want to give us suggestions? Any feedbacks? Any more feedbacks? Anybody like to volunteer? Come.
We have the delegate of Palestine.
Hello everyone, my name is Kirti. I'm from San Jose Public School. I'm a big fan of you, ma'am. When the General Assembly was happening, I just called you and asked, I don't get in the online section, can you give me information? Yes ma'am, I'm Kirti. And you said, don't worry, I will be there with you, I will teach you everything. And ma'am told me everything. I'm a big fan of you, ma'am. Give a congratulations to ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Big fan of a sir too.
Oh, thanks a lot.
I called sir and I asked about Palestine and sir told me
All right,
information
all right.
about Palestine.
All right. Guys, everybody please rise up as our Chief Mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, Principal Suja K. George, accompanied by our Director and the support team from Labour India Gurukulam Public School. Guys, please give a round of applause and welcome our guest.
On behalf of the Labour India family, we once again extend a warm welcome to our dearest T.P. Srinivasan sir and all the other dignitaries.
I request the delegate to please be seated and I request the teachers of Labour India Gurukulam Public School to please come forward so that we can have a quick photo session before we begin the valedictory session. Please hurry up. Please, yes, thank you. I request all the teaching faculty of Labour India Gurukulam Public School to please come forward so that we can have a quick photo session with Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan. the Managing Director of Labour India Gurukulam Public School is also joining us. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. I request all staff members of Labour India Gurukulam Public School, the school and the Gurukulam to please come and join us for a photograph. Please hurry up. I believe all the teachers are here.
It is with a great honor that I stand before you to extend a warm welcome to this illustrious valedictory ceremony of UN Replica 2023, meticulously hosted by Labour India Educational Institutions. Today in this esteemed gathering, we collectively embark on a journey of celebration and reflection, paying homage to the outstanding achievements and dedicated endeavors of our emerging talents who have ardently sought to embody the lofty ideals and the principles of the United Nations throughout this distinguished event. It is with profound honor that we acknowledge the distinguished presence of our esteemed guest and chief mentor, Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir, whose steadfast guidance has illuminated the path since the inception of the inaugural UN Replica in 2016 at Labour India campus. His commendable contributions to the UN Replica throughout the preceding years stand as a testament to his noteworthy influence. Thank you, sir. Additionally, we take this great delight in the greeting Sri Rajesh Kulungara, MD of Labour India Educational Institutions, whose exceptional efforts have played a pivotal role in realizing the vision of the 8th edition of the UN Replica. Our heartfelt appreciation extends to our esteemed school principal, Srimati Sujaki Josh ma'am, and the director of Labour India School, Tinu ma'am, both of whom have provided unwavering support throughout the entire journey of bringing the UN Replica to fruition. I also welcome to this event Ms. Rosemary Jose as well as Mr. Domel Anthony, who guided and oriented all the delegates for the UN Replica 2023. Today we convene not merely to applaud the achievements of our youthful representatives, but also to recognize the instrumental influences that have propelled this initiative forward. In inaugurating this auspicious gathering and establishing the ambience for the ensuing proceedings, I'm honored to invite Srimati Sujaki Josh, Labour India Public School, to deliver the welcome address. Yes.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Most respected Chief Mentor of the UN Replica, respected, beloved T.P. Srinivasan sir. Managing Director of Labour India Educational Institution, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, Ms. Rosemary, Mr. Domil, all distinguished delegates, teaching faculty of Labour India School and Gurukulam, and all other delegates from different various institutions across Kerala. On this momentous occasion of the UN Replica 2023 valedictory ceremony, a visionary endeavor, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to each one of you who have contributed to making this event an extraordinary success. We stand here today not merely as witness to a simulation, but as participants in a transformative experience that has undoubtedly shaped future diplomats. Our deepest appreciation and heartfelt gratitude goes to the eminent, most respected, and dear Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir, a distinguished retired Indian ambassador, a beacon of diplomatic excellence, whose mentorship has illuminated the path for aspiring diplomats. His insights have left an indelible mark on all delegates. Dear TP sir, your genuine and friendly demeanor has created an environment where I feel really comfortable and valued. Thank you so much, sir, and a warm welcome to you to the valedictory ceremony of UN Replica 2023. The UN Replica 2023, a visionary endeavor, as I stated, owes its realization to the dedicated efforts of our beloved TPS. And we extend our sincere thanks for conceiving this brilliant initiative. The idea has not only conceptualized, but also manifested into a remarkable reality. Special appreciation, congratulations and acknowledgement is really due to the Managing Director of Labour India Educational Institutions, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, whose leadership has been instrumental in translating this vision into a reality. Congratulations, dear Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, for this great achievement, and a hearty welcome to you to the UN Replica Valedictory Ceremony 2023. Our deepest gratitude and congratulations to Mr. Domil Anthony Johnson and Ms. Rosemary Joss. We are really proud of you, dear Domil and Rosemary, the proud Labour India alumni, and thank you for the excellent and smooth coordination of the event. A hearty welcome, both of you, to the valedictory ceremony, and we are thankful to you, and all the best wishes in all your future endeavors. Thank you so much. Now, a round of applause for the entire team, whose unwavering support and collective efforts have turned this event into a successful reality. Your commitment to fostering diplomatic skills and global understanding has made a significant impact. I especially appreciate the coordinator, Mr. Vivek Ashok, and team of dedicated teachers of Labour India School and Gurukulam, and special appreciation to the smart volunteers of our team. Congratulations and best wishes to each one of you. Now let me specially mention the effort, the coordination of our dear Ms. Tinu Rajesh, the Resident Director. Thank you so much, Tinu, for your dedicated support, and a hearty welcome to you to this gathering. Now, the stars of the day, the dear delegates. Your active involvement and enthusiastic contributions have made this simulation truly dynamic. I commend each one of you for your dedication, and I hope this experience propels you towards becoming future diplomats. All the best wishes, and not only diplomats, ambassadors, or leaders in your promising fields. And special congratulations to each one of you for the best performance you have done, and a hearty welcome to each one of you to this valedictory ceremony of UN Replica 2023, the 8th edition of its time. In closing, our deepest thanks to everyone involved in making the UN Replica a great success. Your collective efforts have undoubtedly paved the way for a brighter, more diplomatic future. Thank you and hearty welcome to you once again. And our special congratulations, thanks to our beloved TPS. Let us all please stand up and give him a very good round of applause for the support he is giving us throughout this session. Thank you so much, beloved mentor, Chief Mentor, TP Srinivasan sir, on behalf of the entire team of organizing team of UN Replica 2023. Thank you. Once again, welcome you all to this session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that delightful welcome address. The United Nations Replica event stands as an eloquent testament to the extraordinary capabilities and the diplomatic fineness exhibited by each delegate. It is a distinct privilege to host an eminent personality among us, offering us reflections and insights by mentoring them in the right path. With utmost honor, I invite the Venerable former Ambassador, Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir, our Chief Mentor and Ambassador, a man of profound wisdom, seasoned experience and extensive knowledge, to deliver the concluding remarks and give away the awards for the best delegates of UN Replica 2023.
Very distinguished principal who made a very warm and very friendly welcome remarks. Of course, the credit of whatever runs in this school must go to her, and so we are very grateful to her. Of course, Rajesh George is my comrade in arms, and I have now become a brother of his that I am applying for my new surname as Kulangara. It's a very famous surname now. So I've become part of the family, and that's a matter of great privilege. We both have worked on this over the years, enjoyed several moments, and there was never any difference of opinion between us. And that is really the remarkable thing about the cooperation that I received. Of course, Domil and Rose are the two, the hero and heroine of this show. Domil, of course, is a veteran. He can do it with his eyes closed. But Rose is just blossomed into a super heroine of this this particular. She made sure that she traveled to Trivandrum to bring me, but I am forgiving her for not coming to Trivandrum to drop me off. She's glad she can stay back. But really it has been a very great experience, and all of you deserve credit. I could not see a single mistake in terms of your clothing, your dressing, because sometimes people don't come in a suit. They try to make, various variations and all that. But it was this time, I think everyone was properly dressed, both the girls and the boys, and that was very encouraging, because the UN is a very conservative organization, as always I say. Without a suit, you cannot enter the United Nations. That's the truth. Unless, of course, you wear some national dress. But those who come in national dress are considered to be somewhat developing countries, image. But generally, everyone wears a suit. And I think all of you had well-fitting suits this time. Not your grandfather's discarded jackets, but all of them really looked smart. And everyone put in his best. And I don't know whether you realized that we are actually enacting something, both the agenda items, which have become extremely significant for India and the United Nations. Outer space is yet to open up for the world, but there are so many misgivings about the outer space. And I think all of you in your speeches stressed this point, that outer space should be peaceful. There should be no militarization of the outer space. And of course, India has been commended for what we have done. And the Security Council was even more significant. As I mentioned initially, it was a historic moment that Security Council was able to pass a resolution on a conflict. Because Russia-Ukraine war has been going on for 2 years, and not a single resolution has been passed by the Security Council because of the veto. The same thing would have happened 2 days ago when this resolution came into the Security Council. Nobody believed that this will go through. And these 3 delegations, China, US and UK, could have vetoed the resolution because that was the atmosphere. But for the change, everybody put their own interest behind the interest of the world. And that is the rare view that we had. And we recreated that image in the Security Council, which I hope you all enjoyed it. And of course, this journey is endless. We move on. Next year we'll hopefully be back here again. And year after next, Rajesh is thinking in terms of taking you all to New York. I hope it works out, but please start saving up money for your air tickets so that you can be in New York and hold this ceremony in the presence of the Secretary General of the United Nations. That should be our ambition. It can be done, not impossible, with the kind of commitment that all of you have. And for me, I said this is a pilgrimage as well as a nostalgic experience. Because having spent so many years in the UN, anything related to UN excites me a lot. And it makes me nostalgic about the past. So by recreating the UN, I'm actually keeping myself abreast of the United Nations and also enjoying it and trying to teach the younger generation about the United Nations. Whatever may be the defects of the UN, there is no alternative to the UN at the moment. Nobody has invented a better organization. If it is nothing else, it reflects the conscience of mankind. And in fact, writing about this particular resolution, I said this is a ray of hope in an area of darkness. All of us thought that Security Council would never be able to take a decision on this. But we have a ray of hope, that's all. The resolution is not the best, but at least humanitarian considerations, a pause for humanitarian considerations has been adopted. Not that the war has stopped. That's unimportant because nobody will act against their own interests. So Israel will proceed and Hamas will proceed till it comes to a decision. But the fact that the UN is not keeping quiet or not being silent is a very important factor. So you are all part of history now, that what has been accomplished. And for the hospitality that we have all received, I think Tinu, I call her my Annadata. Every meal she was there without eating herself. I never saw her eating anything, but always making us feel comfortable and happy. And all these young, smart escorts I had. Wherever I went, I had some black cats and blue-dressed women. You know, remember the only national leader who had women as guards were Gaddafi of Libya. Gaddafi never trusted men bodyguards, so he always took lady bodyguards around. So I had the combination of both, and that was a feeling of security. And so there are endless things like that. Like this morning I had a fabulous chakka breakfast. I call it break feast. Mr. George Kulangar, as you know, is a propagator of many ideas. And one of them is chakka. He thinks chakka will heal all the illnesses of the world. And so he gave me a heap of chakka this morning. And since then I have not eaten anything else except the lunch. So it's all been so full of memories. I look forward greatly to see you next year and beyond that. So once again, congratulations to all of you. I don't know who won the awards, but whether you have won the awards or not, each one of you must go back with the satisfaction that you did your best. And best not only for you, but for this institution, the United Nations and the world itself. That satisfaction all of you must have. And that is the satisfaction I carry back home today. Thank you very much.
I express my gratitude for your illuminating concluding remarks, sir. As we now approach the moment of declaring the Outstanding Delegates Awards, I humbly invite Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir to present the trophy and accompanying cash prize in the esteemed company of the dignitaries assembled on the stage. I request Dormal Anthony take over to announce the awards. And a hearty welcome to our guest of the day, Mahesh Sri Dharmadhikari, the Regional Director of CBSE, to this valedictory function. Welcome, sir. And now we are proceeding with the prize distribution. I hand over the mic to Dormal, sir.
A very warm good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. It gives me great honor, immense proud, and more or less the great feeling of being an alumni after being able to successfully pull off another edition of United Nations Replica. So this is my 5th edition working with this particular initiative. My sincere thanks to Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, Managing Director Rajesh George, Principal Sujake George, co-mentor Rose, and everyone. So I know that this whole event has been extremely competitive. At the end of the day, most of you have came for this event from far distances, from Thiruvananthapuram to Thrissur, and all this far distances because of the aspect of competition. And I have to tell you, the aspect of competition in UN Replica is something very important, because opportunities like this help you to become a better person. You will develop a lot of small, skills, for instance, like life skills like critical thinking, creative thinking, decision making, problem solving, the major things which this school emphasize on. Furthermore, when I started off as as a delegate in this very auditorium back in 2019, I never knew what the world had was there to offer for me. From there, winning that award to doing 190 plus other conferences across this country, across 12 different nations, and coming back here as one of the mentors for the event, that is improvement. And one message I have to give to everyone is that you should all focus on the aspect of improvement. Now, without any further delay, I would like to head into the announcement of the awards. First, I would like to invite the Chief Mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, to give away the awards. First, we proceed with the certificate awards, which are for the United Nations General Assembly. So we have 2 category of awards. My bad. We have 2 category of awards, which is the best delegate and the high commendation. So the best delegate is given to the best delegates from both UNGA and UNSC collective participation, and all right. And the high commendation. We also have another set of awards, which will, with the committee-wise awards, which will be shared to you later. But at this point of time, it's my responsibility, being the mentor of this event, to declare the awards. First and foremost, we start off with the second award, winning a cash prize of 5,000 rupees, and taking the position of the high commendation for United Nations Replica 2020. It's Brian from Labour India Public School, the delegate of the United Arab Emirates. Now, speaking of the delegate was absolutely phenomenal today in the Security Council. The delegate was being competitive throughout the whole round, and the sort of development he got his country today, and the amount of research he put in, the effort he did, to pull this off is extremely grateful. Thank you. I know, the first runner-up is again a big position. You finished first runner-up in the whole of UNGA and UNSC combined. And also, Brian is our winner of the United Nations Security Council. Thank you. Now, although we have committee-wise awards, council-wise awards, we're going to just declare the biggest award since our chief guest is here. Now, the best delegate for the entirety of United Nations Replica, UNGA, UNSC combined, goes to Aditya Krishna Chinmaya Vidyalaya, Thrissur. So, if you know Aditya has been there, extremely competitive. Yesterday as the president of the UNGA, tremendously good performance. Today, keeping up the same consistency, taking him the cash award of 10,000 rupees and the best delegate award for UN Replica 2023. Congratulations, Aditya. The later awards will be announced after the addressal. The committee-wise awards will be addressed after a while. And I'd like to hand over the mic back to the anchor. Thank you so much.
As a gesture of sincere appreciation and affection, we shall now adorn our dearest TP Srinivasan Sir IFS with the traditional Ponnada, and I kindly invite the Managing Director of Labour India Educational Institutions, Sri Rajesh Rashkulangara Sir, to adorn him with the Ponnada. So I request all the dignitaries to come forward and honor him for the UN Replica 2023. I request all the delegates to give a round of applause. Thank you, sir. It brings me great pleasure to extend my invitation to Sri Mahesh Dharmadhikari Sir, CBC Regional Director. It's a source of genuine pleasure to extend an invitation to Mr. Domal Anthony and Ms. Rosemary Jose to graciously accept the commemorative memento from Sri Rajesh Rashkulangara Sir as a token of love. And I request TP Sir to kindly give away the memento. It brings me great pleasure to extend an invitation to Sri Mahesh Dharmadhikar Sir, CBC Regional Director, to graciously accept the traditional Ponnada and commemorative memento to be presented by Sri Rajesh Rashkulangara Sir. And it's a pleasure to give away the memento by our dearest Managing Director, Sri Rajesh Rajkulingara sir. Thank you all. Kindly take your seats.
Dear respected Chief Mentor and former Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan sir, guest of the day, Mahesh D. Dharmadhigari sir, Regional Director CBSE, Principal Labour India Public School, Srimati Suja K. George, the faculties and the coordinators, Domil and Rose, distinguished delegates of UN Replica 2023. I stand here with pride. I'm happy. After 8 years, we are still alive and afresh. You have a lot of problems in this world to solve. We tried last 7 years to solve a lot of it. We tried to deliberate and discuss and find solutions. And we are still happy that we are keeping some of these problems for our next generations to solve as well. So the challenges that we face today is not the biggest challenges as we see it in education. The challenges that the world discusses, I believe, are not the biggest challenges of all. To train, transfer, and transform the next generation of humanity is the biggest challenge and opportunity of all. And we believe we have done our part. And I believe in you. Take this opportunity, take these challenges of the world, and you also have to do the same. You have to train and transform the coming generations. Be prepared, be brave to take this profession of education. When I stand in front of you, I know most of you want to be UN diplomats. Most of you want to be traveling across the globe with various career opportunities. But I just want one person in this group to be a teacher, to be a mentor for the next generation. So this is my humble request. As we have the chief guest from CBSE, which is the biggest body that trains Indian students, not just in India, outside India also. The biggest challenge CBSE, for that matter, any education department faces today is to give this global vision integrated with local action. This is a huge challenge in schools for teachers, educators. We rely textbooks. We want kids to be disciplined. We want students to be sitting in the classroom for 7 periods and obey, and we don't want them to talk. Speak diligently. We want dialogues, we want deliberations in our classrooms. And of course, you have to get out of your classrooms, and you may get out of your textbooks also. That's where the real world is, and that's where you learn for real. The world is bigger than your textbooks. The world is bigger than your board exams also. Please keep this in mind. Of course, you should know how to read, write, and calculate. You have to have the basic skills to speak, to write, to listen. That is what is being lacking in our system, in our education. I believe UN Replica has given you an opportunity to listen to some of the wonderful words and some of the wisdom that our respected mentors have gained over their experience with the world matters. This is going to be a life-changing opportunity for you. I believe most of you have already been inspired, but if some of you have not got inspired, I believe when you go back and you reflect upon these 2 days of UN Replica experience, there will be a spark that will change you forever. Thank you, respected Ambassador Srinivasan, for his courage, enthusiasm, and energy that he's been sharing with us. That is our inspiration. And thank you, all the distinguished delegates, for your wonderful energy and the spirit that you showed, that the world can be a better place by dialogues, deliberations, discussions, and listening. Thank you once again, and congratulate all the delegates, including the best delegates. You have done remarkable work in this world. Thank you all.
We are privileged as TP sir is leaving the ceremony. Once again, I extend a sincere gratitude to Sri TP Srinivasan sir for your chief mentoring and valuable presence that highlighted this event UN Replica 2023 to its complete accomplishment and made this event a remarkable one. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence here. And I request all the delegates to give once again a round of applause to Sri TP Srinivasan sir as a gratitude. As we are continuing with the valedictory ceremony, now we are privileged by the esteemed presence of yet another distinguished guest this evening, Sri Mahesh D. Dharmadhikari, the CBSE Regional Officer. His attendance underscores the significance of education and global perspectives, adding honor to our assembly. I extend a cordial invitation to Sri Mahesh D. Dharmadhikari sir to grace the stage for the delivery of the keynote address. Welcome you, sir.
Respected Principal of Labour India Public School, Marangatu Pillai, Kottayam, Srimati Suja K. George, Honorable Chief Mentor and former Ambassador Shri T.P. Srinivasan sir, Respected Managing Director of Labour India Public School, Shri Rajesh George Kulangaraji, other dignitaries, the respected members of the schools and colleges, ladies and gentlemen, and above all, the very lovable and most decent, my dear students, good afternoon. I'm very happy to join you this afternoon for this valedictory ceremony of this historic UN Replica program, which this Labour India Public School, Kottayam, is organizing every year successfully. I thank Srimati Suja ma'am, the principal of the school, for having invited me here to deliver keynote address. First of all, I appreciate the aim and objectives of Labour India Public School for organizing this UN Replica program in the interest of school and college students in order to give them experience of actually participating in the UN General Assembly and the Security Council debates on the burning issues of the time peaceful uses of the outer space and the situation in the Middle East. This will definitely benefit the participants by shaping their skills in oratory, negotiations, consensus building and diplomacy. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to the management of the school, principal ma'am and the mentor Sri T.P. Srinivasan for their vision for organizing this beautiful program. Dear students, as we gather here, we are not just witnessing the conclusion of an academic endeavor, but the celebration of global understanding and cooperation. This event marks not just the end of an educational journey, but the beginning of a new chapter in your lives as a potential leader, what I believe. In this simulated United Nations environment, you have delved into the intricacies of international relations, diplomacy and cooperation. Your commitment to understanding the complexities of global issues and negotiating solutions mirrors the spirit of the United Nations itself. The skills you have honed during this program, negotiation, collaboration and the art of compromise are not just tools for diplomacy, they are the building blocks of a more harmonious world. The challenges we face as a global community are vast and complex. Climate change, political unrest and economic disparities require individuals who can navigate through differences and find common ground. In this UN Replica program, you have taken your first step towards becoming those individuals, and for that you should be immensely proud of. Dear students, remember that the true measure of your success lies not just in the knowledge you have gained, but in how you apply the knowledge to make a positive impact. That is important. The world needs leaders. The world needs leaders who are not only knowledgeable but compassionate, who can bridge divides and inspire change. As you move forward from this program, carry the spirit of the United Nations with you. Embrace diversity, seek understanding, and remember that, in the words of former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, where he says that to live is to choose. To live is to choose, but to choose well, you must know who you are and where you stand for, where you would go from now and why you want to get there. So these are the questions very important, dear students, to understand as per this very beautiful quote of Kofi Annan, that you should define yourself, who you are, what are your goals, what are your objectives and what are your targets, and take best use of this forum, whatever invaluable knowledge you gain through these 2 days. I believe your confidence and your character as a impact personality will definitely grow. Dear students, I congratulate each one of you on reaching this milestone. The journey ahead may be challenging, but with the skills and expertise, skills and experiences gained here by you, I have no doubt that you will contribute to a world that sorely needs the diplomatic acumen you have cultivated during this UN Replica program. And that's why I feel that your journey does not end here. Your journey does not end here. It transforms into a responsibility to apply your knowledge and skills for the betterment of the global community, what I feel. I have faith that each one of you will carry the torch of diplomacy forward, making a meaningful impact in whatever path you choose. Congratulations again on your achievements, and may you continue to strive for a world where dialogue triumphs over discord, and collaboration triumphs over conflict. So best of luck, dear students, for your future endeavor. Now coming back to the school, as a regional officer, and when I joined the CBSE, I have had the relationship with the school since last 20 more years. I used to come this school in 2003 for some examination related matters. Since then I am very much aware of this school, one of the beautiful school in Kottayam and widely recognized as the best school in Kottayam. And what I should say, this school I always call as an all-round school. You take this kind of a program, it may be examination, principal conference, seminars, workshop, or students related sports and games, everything is available here. It's a complete infrastructure. Such CBSE schools are very rare in our CBSE. Having such a beautiful big area and very congenial atmosphere for the students to learn. A very high grade, high quality teachers. So everything is here, dear students. And for that, I once again congratulate the principal and management for taking enormous efforts and successfully endeavored to the growth and development of our school students. Dear students, you must be coming from all other schools. So you please take some positive from this UN Replica program. Make friends, make friendships, and go back happily with great memory that ever you have participated in such a program. I mean to say, UN Replica program are rare programs no CBSE schools or other schools can organize. This requires a quality and in the form of Sri T.P. Srinivasan, who is not only a mentor, but who used to be the former ambassador of our country. So such a vast experience required, and it is there for this execution of this program, and I really feel proud that Labour India School is taking wonderful efforts in the interest of students and see that they can progress to their life at the highest qualities. So thank you for once again being invited me to this glorious program which I am going to remember for long. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that remarkable keynote address. I invite Domal Anthony to once again take over the mic for declaring the rest of the positions that is awarded by the award winners.
Very warm good evening once again, everyone. I know that all of you are very excited to get more details about the awards in general. Yes, we have the award list ready. We have a separate award list for both the United Nations General Assembly as well as for the United Nations Security Council. We actually have a very special guest of honor, Mr. Mahesh Dharmadhikari, Regional Director, CBSE. And you will be definitely getting awarded by such an eminent personality, which I recently got to know that, he was featured in Flowers TV, and, I think you guys should definitely go and watch him. With all that said, coming back to the feedback for both the General Assembly and the Security Council, yes, General Assembly is one of the most heated debates we have seen in the last 8 editions. As Sir rightly said, this was one of the most highly contested General Assemblies we ever had. Coming to the Security Council, as for your information, I wouldn't call the best of best, but then it was definitely way above the quality, and we really enjoyed your debate. Just to now reveal the source, I and Rose, we were the people who came to the conclusion when it comes to the awards, and definitely it was approved by Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan. Now, declaring the awards, we have 5 sets of awards. So the 5 sets of awards are verbal mentions, which is the 5th position, followed by the honorable mention, special mention, high commendation, and the best delegate. Now, to just declare ahead with the awards, first we'll go to the United Nations General Assembly. All the people I'm calling out now, just stand in your places. These are verbal mentions, meaning that there is no certificate, but we would like to verbally commend you for your performance. So the verbal mentions, the 5th positions for the United Nations General Assembly goes to the delegate of Ukraine, Cristiano Jimon, Labour India Public School. Please stand up in your place. Please stand up if you're present. Gabon Mohammad Ashfa, KP, College of Engineering, Thiruvananthapuram. Congratulations. And India, Sreyash Abhilash, EIRS 8 Manur. Thank you. You guys are the 5th position, the verbal mentions for the General Assembly. Now coming to the certified awards, we come to the honorable mention for the General Assembly. Sit down, thank you. The 4th positions is shared by 3 different delegates. So it's Kenya, Albi Matthew, Ebenezer International Residential School, 4th position, General Assembly. It's also shared by Hanna Mariam Andros, Delegate of Israel, Don Bosco Central School, Puduppally. Please come and collect your certificates. Alright, I request the Chief Guest of Honor, Mr. Mahesh, to kindly give away the awards. Thank you. The 4th position for the General Assembly, the honorable mention shared by the delegate Albi Matthew, Ebenezer International Residential School, and Hanna Maria Andros, Don Bosco School, Puduppally. I request the Chief Guest to kindly hand over the certificates. Alright, now coming to the award 3rd positions for the General Assembly, we have the 3rd position shared by 2 delegates. So the 3rd position for General Assembly is shared by the delegate of Russian Federation, Johann John, Bar Gregorius College of Law, and Maria George, delegate of Brazil, Ebenezer International Residential School. 3rd position, General Assembly, Johann John, Mar Gregorius College of Law, and Brazil, Maria George, Ebenezer International Residential School. Now coming to the first runner-up of the General Assembly or the High Commendation awardee, it goes to the delegate of Afghanistan, George Joseph, Mahatma Gandhi University. The 2nd position for General Assembly, which is the 2nd position for General Assembly High Commendation Award goes to George Joseph, MG University. Now, I don't have to declare the best delegate for General Assembly. Everybody by now would have guessed it. Can I hear who is the best delegate from General Assembly? Yes, that is correct. Trinidad and Tobago, Aditya Krishna, Chenmaya Vidyalaya, Thrissur. Now coming to the Security Council, as I said, Security Council could have had better debate, but then we really enjoyed the debate. I would like to call upon the 5th position. We also have 5 awards for the Security Council. The 5th position holder for the verbal mention, please rise up in your place. Hari Govind ND, St. Sebastian's Public School, Perur. Congratulations, Hari. Coming to the 4th award, the 4th position for the United Nations Security Council goes to the delegate representing Japan, Harold Rajesh, Labour India Public School. Congratulations, Harold. 4th position, UNSC. Coming to the 3rd position, the Special Mention Award for the United Nations Security Council. It goes to delegate of Malta, Stelin Shabu, Mangalam College of Engineering. Do we have Stelin? All right. Congratulations, Stelin, for your good job as the delegate of Malta. And finally, the High Commendation for the United Nations Security Council goes to
the delegate representing People's Republic of China, Sohaid Robin, University College, Trivandrum, the first runner-up of the United Nations Security Council. Congratulations winners, congratulations everyone, and see you all next edition. Until then, this is Dormal Anthony Johnson signing off.
Thank you all, and kindly take back your seats. Our esteemed guest of honor possesses not only distinguished qualities, but also remarkable talent in the realm of music. I humbly implore you, sir, to grace this occasion with the inviolable beauty of your melodic voice, rendering the ceremony truly unforgettable.
Congratulations to the delegates once again. And I also would like to remind the delegates who haven't been commended or won anything that participating in itself is a great honor. I know this is something you have heard time and again, but this is an event that actually is deemed worthy of it. Participation in itself is a great honor. And I hope to see all of you again next year. Looking forward to meeting you all next year. And the chief guest of the day, the regional director of CBSE, Shri Mahesh D. Dharmadhikari. You might not know this about him, but he is a great orator as you have listened to him. But he is also a great singer. And in the very essence of being though he is not by birth a Malayali, and since he is working with all of us in Kerala, he has made immense effort to blend into the culture. And his way of doing that is by learning Malayalam songs. And he is currently on a mission to learn 100 Malayalam songs. And he is, sir, how far along are you now? He has done 40 plus songs. He has already learned 40 plus songs. He has also been part of Flowers TV and he has performed there, dedicating a song which is a classic song, which is a classic Malayalam song, Kalindi Theeram Tannil, dedicating it to his mother. He will be gracing us with a song. Sir, I invite you to grace us with a song.
Yes, yes, yes. Bring my bag. Hello. Thank you for giving me an opportunity because students are there. And if we attend some program as a chief guest or something, first of all, we should know the language of the local language so that we can have a good dialogue with the students. Isn't it? So being Marathi, I don't know anything about Malayalam language, but because of the passion of singing since childhood. I learned to develop some things that I can sing local state-wise music also. So wherever I used to transfer to Chennai means I will sing some Tamil songs. Now I am at Kerala means I will sing some Malayali songs. So that has really given me a confidence to learn as well as sing some beautiful songs of Yesudas ji and very other dignified singers as well. So small songs are there. I will just sing for you. First is Aro Aro Araro. Aro Aro Araro Aro Matpu Paidale. Aro Aro Araro Aro Matpu Paidale. മൗനങ്ങളിൽ നിന്റെ ജന്മം ഊയലാടി ആലോലം മൗനങ്ങളിൽ നിന്റെ ജന്മം ഉന്ത ഊയലാടി ആലോലം ആരോ ആരോ നീ ആരോ ആരോ മത്തു പൈതലേ ആരോ ആരോ നീ ആരോ ആരോ മത്തു പൈതലേ. താങ്ക് യു. There is one beautiful song. വൃശ്ചികരാത്രി തൻ അരമന മുത്തത്തോരു പിച്ചകപ്പൂ പന്തലോരുക്കി വാനം പിച്ചകപ്പൂ പന്തലോരുക്കി. വൃശ്ചികരാത്രി തൻ അരമന മുത്തത്തോരു പിച്ചകപ്പൂ പന്തലോരുക്കി വാനം പിച്ചകപ്പൂ പന്തലോരുക്കി. ഈ മുക്തവധുവിന്റെ കാമുകനാരെന്ന ഭൂമിയും വാനവും നോക്കി നിന്നു. ഈ മുക്തവധുവിന്റെ കാമുകനാരെന്ന ഭൂമിയും വാനവും നോക്കി നിന്നു. പരിണയം നടക്കുമോ മലരിന്റെ ചെവികളിൽ പരിമൃദു പവനൻ ചോദിക്കുന്നു. പരിണയം നടക്കുമോ മലരിന്റെ ചെവികളിൽ പരിമൃദു പവനൻ ചോദിക്കുന്നു. വൃശ്ചികരാത്രി തൻ അരമന മുത്തത്തോരു പിച്ചകപ്പൂ പന്തലോരുക്കി വാനം പിച്ചകപ്പൂ പന്തലോരുക്കി. One more. It's very beautiful song but very old song. You should enjoy it. സ്വയംവര കന്യകേ സ്വപ്നഗായികേ സഖി സ്വർഗ കവാടം തുറക്കൂ സപ്തസ്വരങ്ങൾ മുഴക്കൂ. സ്വയംവര കന്യകേ സ്വപ്നഗായികേ സഖി സ്വർഗ കവാടം തുറക്കൂ സപ്തസ്വരങ്ങൾ മുഴക്കൂ. സ്വയംവര കന്യകേ. Great.
मधुरं जीवामृतबिन्दु मधुरं जीवामृतबिन्दु मधुरं जीवामृतबिन्दु हृदयं पाडु लयसिन्धु मधुरं जीवामृतबिन्दु मधुरं जीवामृतबिन्दु Thank you.
Thank you so much for that outstanding performance, sir. And you have delighted our event with a memorable music. Thank you, sir. Now we are moving to the rest of the certificate distribution. And I invite Mahesh sir and Rajesh sir to distribute the certificates for the participants. As I call upon the delegates, kindly come forward, and to give away the certificates, I call respected Mahesh sir and Rajesh sir to come forward with other dignitaries. Albin Matthew, Kirti Pais, Adil Lakshmi Suresh, Anusri Lal, I request the delegates to kindly come forward and receive your certificates. Aishwarya Anil, Gauri Nanda S, Ivana M. Jesso, Alna Mariam Thomas, Hanna Prasad, Hanna Mariam Antrios, Aditya Krishna, Johan John, Sohit A. Robin.
I request the delegate to please congratulate your co-delegates.
Thomas Sawan Johns, Hari Govind ND, he has been also awarded in the position for the verbal mention. Ajay Nath Prabhu, Ashik Matthew, Stellan Shabu, Aaron Thomas, Srira Guess, Maria George, Gades Girish, Joanne Maria Matthew, George Joseph, Isaac Melvin, Anand K. Manoj, Shreyas Ablash, who is also the position of verbal mention, and Muhammad Ashfaq KP, who has been also awarded the verbal mention. Thank you all. Congratulations for your sincere participation. For the culminating remarks, I have the honor of inviting Ms. Rosemary Jose, whose unwavering support has been a steadfast pillar throughout the UN Replica proceedings. Welcome, ma'am.
The view from here is rather fine, isn't it? The view from here is fine, is it not? You all got a chance to have this view and hold the attention of the world, even though in play acting, for 3 minutes. Wasn't it a great experience? We are happy to have had you here to make the experience even better as well. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rosemary Jose. I am the former Secretary General, UN Replica 2016, and I had the honor of being a part of UN Replica 2022, 2023, and so on. And it was a great honor to have interacted with all of you, to have been a part of UN Replica 2023. And being here is a rush of memories. You know, this is the 8th edition, and I can very proudly say I have been here since the inception of the event, and it's a great rush of memories. And it's good to see all of the new delegates coming up. Such enthusiasm, such vigor, such passion. It fills my heart with joy. Here we are after 2 engaging days of international deliberations, and I'm not sure whether you actually have the realization of the magnitude of what we have been a part of, what all of us have been a part of, especially in the Security Council. Our chief mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, mentioned that it's been 23 years since 21st century has begun. The United Nations Security Council has not passed a single resolution till 2 days back. It is providence that we decided to hold UN Replica on these dates, and right before we started on the first day, this event happened. And we all, though in proxy, got a chance to be a part of it, to remember this historic moment and be there as delegates. Though play acting, be a part of history. Trust me, we all are a part of history. The magnitude of it might come to you later on, and I hope you realize it soon. And we have been a part of something that has been an eye-opener to many of us, I believe, because we listened to a few feedbacks, and the first impression that we received from them is that this has been an eye-opener as to how the UN actually functions. Even when you've been part of MUNs, we haven't followed the procedures per se, verbatim. But here we do, and though it might be a little conservative, though it might not have the enthusiasm that an MUN produces, you know, it is still being a part of UN. And also, I would like to congratulate the winners. However, you are the winners because each one of us have been a part of the common discussion. You have stood apart in a group of people who are standing apart from the regular people, from the regular folks. So I want you to give yourself a great round of applause. I'm sure I've been able to part some knowledge from my side, but trust me, you also have taught me a lot, and I would like to place on record my gratitude to each of you for contributing some glimpse, some nugget of information, of knowledge, of realizations to me as well. Thank you. And the concept of UN Replica took inception in the mind of our
mentor, chief mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan. He is one of the most seasoned diplomats of India, and it has been an honor to know and work closely with him. And on behalf of all of the Labour India community and the distinguished delegates of UN Replica 2023, in his absence, we would like to place on record our heartfelt gratitude to Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan IFS for your patient guidance and continuous support. The founder of Labour India Gurukulam Public School, Sri George Kulangara, is an educationalist par excellence. Most of us Labour Indians call him Guru. He is our first Guru, and he has been a part of Labour India UN Replica 2023. And words of gratitude will dwarf in front of his contributions to the institutions of education. However, in his absence, I place on record our humble gratitude for all that he is and has been for Labour Indians. Thank you, George Kulangara sir. The inception happened in Srinivasan sir's mind. However, it was it was brought to life by our dear Managing Director, Rajesh George Kulangara. He is a visionary, and his determination to bring this vision to fruition is what brings us all here and has given us an experience of our lifetimes. This is an experience of lifetime, and we thank you, sir, for giving us an opportunity to be a part of UN Replica 2023. However much gratitude might fall short, but we thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We've been blessed with the presence of Sri Mahesh D. Dharmadhikari, the Regional Director of CBSE and a well-wisher of Labour India School. He has graciously accepted our invitation to be the chief guest. He has imparted his words of wisdom with us, and he has also blessed us and honored us with songs that he has learned in our mother tongue. Sir, the dedication that you put to the work front as well as to blend in to whichever community you are a part of is very commendable. And on behalf of all Labour Indians and Labour India UN Replica 2023, we extend you a bouquet of gratitude. Every visionary requires a great commander-in-chief to move mountains, to turn the vision that they have into a reality. And Ms. Suja K. George, the principal of Labour India Gurukulam Public School, is one of the most able commanders-in-chief that I've ever had the great honor of meeting. She is a passionate commander-in-chief with great attention to detail. And on behalf of the dignitaries, the distinguished delegates of UN Replica 2023, and everyone who has partaken in this great gathering, we thank you, ma'am, for pulling out all the stops. Our heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Tinu Rajesh, Resident Director, Labour India Gurukulam Public School, for her wholehearted support and continuous assistance throughout the 2 days and even further back. Since the inception of UNR 2023 and the planning process started, Tinu ma'am has been a part of this journey, and I thank her on behalf of all of you here and the group of Labour India institutions and UN Replica 2023, a thanks that even words are evading me right now. Thank you so much, Tinu ma'am. Coming to Mr. Dormal Anthony Johnson, he needs no introduction to UN Replica delegates. He is someone who is well-versed in international affairs, well-versed in anticipating what you might need to be a delegate in UN Replica, and anticipating that he would give you solutions and suggestions even before that question raises in your mind. Dormal Anthony Johnson has been a part of UN Replica for 5 years now. And from the get-go, he has helped prepare the participants to rise up to what is required of a delegate, and has helped them be in character of a distinguished delegate, guiding us at every turn. Whenever we have a confusion, whenever something is going wrong, he is always there, hands-on, to help you, holding no bars. He is there to assist us, to help us, to direct us, and to mentor us. And aligned with T.P. Srinivasan, sir, Mr. Dormal Anthony Johnson has done a commendable work with UN Replica 2023. And since being a co-mentor, I know the extents to which Dormal has gone. And he has flown in from Ashoka University just to help us with UN Replica 2023. And Dormal, I know being an alumna, thanks might not be, something that you expect, but it is our responsibility. And as a co-mentor, I feel grateful to offer this thanks and gratitude to you. Thank you so much, Dormal Anthony Johnson. On behalf of every stakeholder of UN Replica 2023, we thank the relentless pursuit of perfection the organizing team has showcased. You might not see them in front of you, but they have been working behind scenes 24/7, leaving sleep, not thinking about food, ignoring their regular needs, and focusing on making this event a success. All of you are appreciated. We see you, we thank you, and all of us, the delegates, the organizing team, we thank you for your undivided, unparalleled dedication to making this event a success. And finally, most importantly, I thank every single delegate. Most of our UNJ delegates might not be present today, but in their absence, I would like to extend a heartfelt thanks for your focused efforts and opening yourselves to an experience unlike any other you had so far. I'm sure this is an experience that you haven't had before, and thank you for having the mentality to open yourself to a new experience. We also thank your respective institutions for their vision in grabbing this opportunity to give you the exposure of an international magnitude within the comforts of your home state or home country. And of course, your teachers and parents for orienting and helping you in your preparations, physical and intellectual. If I have missed out any, the student volunteers, thank you student volunteers for being there, being present and making things even more smooth, making things happen. Thank you so much to the student volunteers. And if I've missed out anyone, I'm sorry, it is not intentional, but we thank you for your efforts. And thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that pleasantful.
Just to wind up, this is not the end. Let this be the beginning of many more fruitful collaborations in the future. Looking forward to UN Replica 2024 and seeing you all there with your wits sharpened and your quiver of diplomatic arrows ready. Thank you, everyone. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for that pleasantful final remarks. A word of gratitude also goes to you, ma'am, for your co-mentorship along with Mr. Dormal Anthony in this UN Replica 2023. As we come to the end of this memorable evening, let us remember the essence of the United Nations, which is to strive for a better, more peaceful world through cooperation and understanding. Our students have indeed displayed the spirit of diplomacy and global citizenship, and we hope these experiences will shape them into responsible and empathetic future leaders. On behalf of Labour India educational institutions, I extend our sincere gratitude to all our chief guests, delegates from various institutions, and all others for making this event a grand success. Let us continue to work towards a world where the principles of the United Nations are not just emulated but lived by. Thank you and have a wonderful evening. I request all of you to kindly rise in your position and give a round of applause as a gratitude to our chief guest of the ceremony, Sri Mahesh Dharmadikar sir, as he is taking leave of. Thank you, sir. I request all the delegates to kindly take your seats. And once again, thank you to all the delegates. Snacks and tea is arranged for the delegates outside. So I request all the delegates of the other institutions to kindly move to the food counter and take your snacks. And I request the Gurukulam students to kindly remain in your seats, and thank you and have a wonderful evening. Thank you all.